Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first sound was the ticking. It was not the loud, declarative ticking of a grandfather clock in a hall, but a small, dry, secretive sound, like a beetle trapped inside the wall of my skull. It came from the old regulator clock on the mantelpiece, a wedding gift to my parents from a congregation that had long since scattered. Its brass pendulum swung back and forth, a metronome for the silence that filled our house, a silence so profound it had its own weight and texture, like cold water pressing against the eardrums. I lay in my narrow bed, listening to it, counting the spaces between the ticks, trying to make my breathing fall into the same rhythm. It was a game I played to keep the other sounds at bay. The sound of my Mother S. prayers from the room below, a low, relentless murmur like a swarm of distant bees. The sound of the house itself, settling its bones into the Georgia clay with a groan that was almost human. And later at school, the sound of their laughter, sharp and bright as shattered glass. My name is Harley. The house I lived in with my mother, Emma, was a faded blue relic at the end of a dirt road named Mercy Street. Though mercy was the one commodity we never seemed to have in stock. The pines pressed in close on all sides, their long needles casting a perpetual greenish twilight over the property. The air always smelled of two things. Inside, the cloying sweetness of lemon polish and my Mother S. rosewater perfume. Outside, the damp, fungal scent of decay, of leaves turning back into earth. My mother was a woman carved from zeal and worry. Her love was a strict, suffocating thing, a series of rules and rituals designed to keep the world and its corruption at bay. She believed in a God of wrath and meticulous judgment, and she saw every freckle on my skin, every clumsy step I took, as a potential sign of waywardness that needed correction. "The world is a temptation, Harley," she would say, her voice soft but firm as she braided my hair each morning, her fingers pulling just a little too tight. "Its beauty is a lie painted on a trap. We must keep ourselves clean. We must be vigilant." Her eyes, the color of a winter sky, would search my face for any flicker of dissent. I never gave her one. I had learned that stillness was my best defense. I made myself small, quiet, a mouse in the wainscoting of my own life. School was a different kind of prayer, a daily litany of humiliation. I was the girl with the second-hand clothes that always smelled faintly of rosewater, the girl who didn't know the words to the popular songs, the girl who flinched if someone dropped a book. My classmates, led by a golden-haired girl named Chloe and her lieutenant, a boy named Mark, were merciless. They didn't need fists or shoves, not usually. Their weapons were more precise. A whispered word as I passed. A desk moved an inch, so I would stumble into it. The sudden, crushing silence that fell over a group when I approached the water fountain. They called me Holy Harley and the Mercy Street Mute. Their laughter was a physical force, a cold cold wind that chilled me to the bone. I carried the sound of it home with me every day, a stain on my soul that even my mother's scrubbing prayers couldn't wash out. The only flicker of light in that gray expanse was Gareth. He worked after school at the town's lone grocery store, piggly wiggly, stocking shelves with a quiet efficiency that I found calming. He was new or newish, having moved to town the previous year to live with his grandmother. He had kind eyes, the color of warm honey, and he never joined in the laughter. One Tuesday afternoon, as I was buying a loaf of bread and a can of soup for my mother, my trembling fingers dropped my few dollars on the floor. As I knelt to scramble for them, humiliated heat flooding my cheeks, he was there. He knelt too, and our hands touched as we both reached for a dollar bill. A simple, accidental brush of skin. But a jolt went through me, a static shock of such intensity that I gasped and snatched my hand back. He looked surprised, but not offended. "You okay?" he asked, his voice low and gentle. I could only nod, my throat sealed shut. He gathered the money and handed it to me, his fingers carefully avoiding mine this time. "It's Harley, right?" he said. I managed another nod, stunned that he knew my name. "I am Gareth." "Don T, let the world get you down, Harley. It's louder than it is important." He gave me a small, shy smile before turning back to his cans of green beans. That tiny act of kindness was a spark in the dark. It was the most anyone had said to me in years that wasn't an insult or a prayer. I replayed the moment constantly, the sound of his voice, the warmth of his smile, the strange, electric tingle of his touch. It became my secret treasure, a glowing coal I carried inside me to ward off the chill. I started taking the long way home just to pass by the store, hoping for a glimpse of him through the plate glass window. I began to notice things, small things, with a new clarity. The way the dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light of my room, the intricate pattern of veins on a fallen leaf. It was as if a lens had been cleaned, and the world, for the first time, was in sharp focus. But the sharper focus also revealed the cracks in things. I began to notice other sensations, ones that were not so pleasant. A low, resonant hum, like a power line, that seemed to emanate from the earth itself when I walked home from school. A pressure building behind my eyes when my mother's prayers droned on for too long. And sometimes, when the teasing was particularly cruel, I would feel a heat gathering in my palms, a prickling energy that made the air around my hands shimmer like asphalt on a hot day. I told myself it was anger, or shame, or just the stress of being me. I was afraid to give it a name. The change accelerated after the incident in the library. I was hiding in my usual corner, the dusty biography section, trying to be invisible, when Chloe and Mark found me. They surrounded my table, their shadows falling over my book. "Look, Mark, Holy Harley is reading," Chloe said, her voice a sugary poison. Maybe she's looking for new commandments. "Thou shalt not have any friends." Mark snickered. What the book, Harley? How to be a Ghost for Dummies. I kept my eyes fixed on the page, the words blurring into meaningless black marks. I practiced my stillness. I became the mouse. But Chloe wasn't finished. She leaned in close, her perfume a cheap, fruity assault. You know, my mom says your mom is crazy. Says she drove your dad away with all that Bible thumping. Says he probably ran off to Atlanta and never looked back. Something broke inside me then. A dam of silence. A hot, sharp pain lanced through my temples. The air in the library grew thick, heavy. The fluorescent lights above us flickered, buzzed. The books on the shelves seemed to tremble. Shut up, I whispered. It was the first time I had ever spoken back to them. Chloe's eyes widened in mock surprise. What was that, Mouse? Did you squeak? I said, shut up. My voice was louder now, but it didn't sound like my voice. It was layered, resonant, like several people speaking at once. The flickering lights intensified. A book fell from a shelf with a loud slap. Then another. The hum I felt in the earth was now a roar in my ears. The pressure behind my eyes was unbearable, a screaming need for release. I looked at Chloe's smug, beautiful face, and I didn't feel anger anymore. I felt a cold, vast certainty. I could unmake her. I could erase that smile from the world as easily as wiping dust from a table. I didn't choose to do it. It simply happened. A final, silent scream that erupted not from my throat, but from the core of my being. The large, heavy wooden table between us splintered. It didn't break apart. It exploded inward, as if crushed by an invisible fist. A shockwave of silent force threw Chloe and Mark backward into the shelves. Books rained down around them. The lights overhead shattered, plunging the aisle into darkness, filled with the sound of tinkling glass and their terrified, choking sobs. Stood up. I was perfectly calm. The pressure was gone. The hum was gone. In their place was a profound and terrible silence. I looked at them huddled on the floor, clutching each other, their faces pale with a fear I had never inspired in anyone before. It was a fear that tasted like cold metal on my tongue. I turned and walked away, my footsteps echoing in the sudden quiet. No one tried to stop me. The librarian, Mrs. Green, simply stared at me as I passed, her mouth a perfect O of horror. She had seen it all, but she didn't see me. She saw something else. My mother knew the moment I walked through the door. She was waiting for me in the parlor, her Bible clutched in her white-knuckled hands. The house was dark, the curtains drawn. The only light came from a single candle on the mantelpiece, its flame dancing in the drafty room. "It's in you," she said, her voice trembling not with fear, but with a kind of furious triumph. I always knew it. I prayed it away. I scourged it from my own soul. But your father, his blood was weak. His line was tainted. It skipped a generation, but it's in you. The devil Mark. She didn't mean it as a metaphor. She believed it literally. She began a new ritual, more intense than any before. She made me kneel on the hard, unforgiving wood of the floor for hours while she read from Revelation, her voice rising to a fever pitch. She sprinkled me with holy water that stung my skin like acid. She painted symbols on the floorboards with salt. She was trying to cast out a demon, but she was only feeding the thing that was waking up inside me. With every prayer, every accusation, I felt it grow stronger, coiling in my gut, a serpent of pure potential. It was not a devil. It was something much, much older. It was the hum in the earth, the pressure in the air before a storm. It was me. The next day at school was a circus. The story had mutated. Some said a gas leak had caused the explosion. Others said I had rigged the table with wires. But Chloe and Mark knew the truth. They were absent. Their absence was a louder accusation than any words. The teachers looked at me with a new, wary suspicion. The principal, Mr. Henderson, a man with a face like a tired bloodhound, called me into his office. "Harley," he said, steepling his fingers, "there's been a disturbance. Mrs. Green is quite upset. The damage is considerable. Can you tell me what happened?" I looked at him. I saw a man who believed the world was a simple place of cause and effect. How could I explain the feeling of tectonic plates shifting inside my mind? I said nothing. "Your mother says you've been under a great deal of strain," he continued, his tone implying that strain was a feeble excuse. "We need to be sure something like this 1T happen again. Do you understand?" I understood perfectly. He was blind. They were all blind. They saw a shy, strange girl, not the power gathering around her like a storm cloud. I simply nodded. My silence was my agreement and my weapon. The climax came on a Friday, the day of the spring fling dance. I had no intention of going, of course, but my mother, in a fit of what she must have believed was normalization, insisted. "We will show them we are not afraid," she declared, her eyes burning with a frightening zeal. "We will show them that we walk in the light." She dressed me in a frilly, outdated yellow dress that had belonged to her, the scent of mothballs and regret clinging to the fabric. The gymnasium was a nightmare of pulsing colored lights and deafening music. Bodies gyrated under a spinning disco ball that scattered shards of light like broken dreams. I stood against a wall, a splash of ugly yellow in a sea of vibrant colors, trying to dissolve into the cinder blocks. And then I saw them. Chloe and Mark were there, braver or more foolish than I had thought. They saw me. A cruel smile spread across Chloe's face. She whispered to Mark, and they began to weave their way through the dancing crowd toward me. This was their stage. This was their final humiliation. But then I saw Gareth. He was standing near the punch table, looking uncomfortable in a button-down shirt. He saw me, too. He saw the panic on my face. He started moving toward me, a look of genuine concern in his kind eyes. He was coming to save me. That was the moment the world broke. Chloe reached me first. "Look, guys," she announced loudly to anyone listening. "The church mouse came to play. Did you come to bless the dance, Harley?" or to curse it. The laughter started. It began with her friends, but it spread, a contagion of cruelty. It swelled, filling the gym, louder than the music, a wave of sound that crashed over me. I saw Gareth, frozen halfway to me, his face a mask of pity and helplessness. I saw Mr. Henderson talking to a teacher, oblivious. I saw my mother, standing just inside the gym doors, her face pale and rigid, her lips moving in silent prayer. Praying for my soul, or for the souls of those about to be smote. The hum became a roar. The pressure behind my eyes became a white-hot sun. The energy in my palms was no longer a prickling, but a raging inferno. I looked at Chloe S. laughing mouth, at Mark S. sneering face, at the spinning lights, at the sea of mocking eyes. I looked at Gareth S. pity. I looked at my mother S. condemnation. I did not scream. I did not cry. I simply let go. I opened the cage inside me. The sound was the first thing to go. Not silence, but an absolute negation of sound. A vacuum that sucked the music, the laughter, the very air from the room. Then the lights died, not a power outage, but an ingestion of light. The darkness that fell was absolute, a physical substance. The disco ball stopped spinning, hung in the air for a heartbeat, and then crystallized, freezing into a perfect, intricate lattice of ice before shattering into a million frozen diamonds. Then the force erupted from me. It was not a wave. It was a sphere of pure will. It did not push. It unmade. The floorboards rippled like water and then splintered into sawdust. The basketball hoops twisted into metallic pretzels. The walls bowed outward, the cinder blocks grinding to powder. The roof tore open to the starless night sky. I did not see the people. I felt them. I felt their brief, bright sparks of life, their fears, their cruelties, their petty joys, and then I felt them go out. One by one. Chloe S. spark was a shrill, sharp note that was snipped off. Mark S. was a dull thud that ceased. The teacher S., the principal S., 100 other sparks, winking out like stars swallowed by a cloud. It was not violent. It was final. A breath held and then released into nothingness. Only 2 sparks remained. One was Gareth S. It was a warm, golden light, flickering bravely in the overwhelming dark. The other was my mother S. It was a cold, hard, bright point of fanatical certainty. I could have extinguished them both. It would have been as easy as a thought. But I did not. I let Gareth S. light go. I felt him stumble back, fall, his consciousness fleeing from the horror before him. He would live. He would remember. He would be the witness. I turned to my mother S. spark. I drew it to me. She was on her knees, her hands clasped, her mouth still moving in prayer. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a rapturous awe. She saw her God in me. She saw the apocalypse she had always preached. I see you, abomination, she whispered, her voice cutting through the unnatural silence. I see your glory. I showed her what glory was. I did not crush her. I unwove her. I took her apart, molecule by molecule, prayer by prayer. I felt her faith, her fear, her love, her hate, all of it unraveling like a thread pulled from a tapestry. she dissolved into a fine gray dust that settled gently on the ruins. It was the kindest thing I had ever done for her. Now there is only the silence. I sit in the center of what was once a town. The dust has settled. The regulator clock from my mantelpiece lies half buried in the dirt nearby, its face cracked, its hands frozen at the exact moment it all ended. But if I listen very, very closely, I can still hear it. Not a tick, but a deeper sound. The sound of the earth turning. The sound of stars burning. The sound of my own heart beating a slow, steady rhythm in the absolute quiet. I am the last thing. I am the whisper in the static. I am the flaw in the silence. I am the prayer that was finally answered. I am the end of the story and the beginning of the new one, written on empty pages. This is my world now. This is my world now. This is my world now. The words echo inside my head, a mantra that feels both true and hollow. This is my world, a world of dust and silence. I stand up, my yellow dress untouched by the destruction, a bizarrely pristine flag planted in the ruins. I take a step, and the ground feels different. It hums up through the soles of my shoes, a vibration of raw power, of life stripped back to its essence. The earth knows what I have done. It accepts me. I walk through the streets that are no longer streets. Houses are flattened. Cars are melted into abstract sculptures. There are no bodies. I was thorough. There is only the residue, a fine ash that coats everything. The air is still, but it is not dead. It is waiting. I can feel it pressing against my skin, charged with potential. I can feel the emptiness where 1,000 lives used to be. Their absence is a presence all its own, a vast, negative space that I now occupy. A memory sharp and unbidden surfaces. Gareth S. face, his warm honey eyes wide with terror as he fell back into nothingness. I had spared him. Why, a moment of sentiment, a need for a witness as I had thought. Or was it a flaw, a last vestige of the girl I used to be, the mouse in the wainscoting, clinging to the one kindness she had ever known? I pushed the thought away. It does not matter. He is gone now, fled into the emptiness. He is part of the old story. I reach the edge of town, where the woods begin. The trees stand unharmed, a dark, silent wall. The line of destruction is perfectly clean, as if drawn with a razor. On my side, nothing. On the other side, the pines sway in a wind I can no longer feel. I take a step across the boundary. The hum in the earth changes pitch. The air loses its charge. I am just a girl in a yellow dress standing at the edge of a forest. The power is still there, inside me, a sleeping dragon. But the land beyond my ruin is not mine to command. Not yet. I turn back. The silence welcomes me. This is my world. For now, it is contained. I walk back toward the center, toward the broken clock. I have a purpose now beyond survival. I need to understand what I am. My mother called it the Devil S mark. She was wrong. This is not corruption. This is creation of a sort, the ultimate act of editing. I have erased the text of a town, and now I hold the pen. I sit again, cross-legged in the dust. I close my eyes and reach inward, toward the coiled serpent of power. I do not try to pray it away. I listen to it. I feel its shape, its weight, its endless humming song. It is not a separate thing. It is my will. I think of a single dandelion, the kind that used to grow in the cracks of the sidewalk. I picture its yellow head, its jagged leaves. I pour the thought into the dust in front of me. For a long moment, nothing. Then the ash trembles. A green shoot, impossibly vibrant, pushes through the gray. It grows, stretching toward the sky, forming a stem, leaves. A bud forms, then opens into a perfect yellow flower. It is the only spot of color in the entire monochrome landscape. I smile. It is a small thing, a fragile thing, but it is a beginning. The story is not over. It has just been wiped clean, and I am the only one left to write it. The dandelion stood as a testament, a tiny sun in a sea of gray. I reached out a finger, not to touch it, but to feel the life radiating from its petals. It was a life I had created from nothing but memory and will. The power inside me stirred, not with the destructive rage of before, but with a quiet, focused intensity. This was different. This was not unmaking. This was making. A sound pierced the silence, so faint I thought it was the wind playing tricks in the ruins. But there was no wind. I held my breath, listening. It came again, a whimper, high-pitched and thin, a thread of sound woven through the absolute quiet. It was not human. I turned my head slowly, my senses stretching out like filaments, probing the rubble. The sound led me to the skeleton of the Miller S. hardware store. Under a collapsed awning, trapped by a fallen beam, was a small, trembling dog. A terrier of some kind, its white coat filthy with dust. It was shivering, its eyes wide with an animal terror it could not comprehend. It was alive. I had missed one. I knelt down. The dog tried to back away, but the beam held it fast. It bared its teeth in a pathetic attempt at a snarl. I felt a strange tightening in my chest. This creature, this insignificant spark of life, had survived my apocalypse. It was an error, a flaw in my perfect, silent world. The simplest thing would be to correct the mistake, to snuff out that tiny, frightened spark as easily as I had snuffed out the others. I raised my hand. The air around my fingers began to shimmer with the familiar heat. The dog whined, pressing itself into the dirt. It was so small, so utterly helpless. I saw my reflection in its dark, liquid eyes, a pale girl in a yellow dress, a goddess of dust and endings. But I did not release the energy. I let my hand fall. The shimmering ceased. An error, perhaps, but was it not also a test? My mother had believed in a god of rules and wrath. I was creating a god of one. My rules, my wrath, and my mercy. I focused on the heavy wooden beam pinning the dog. I did not blast it apart. I thought of the wood decaying, of years passing in an instant. The beam groaned, its surface cracking and weathering before my eyes. It crumbled into rot and termite dust, settling harmlessly around the animal. The dog was free. It scrambled back, then stopped, staring at me. It did not run. It was too scared, or perhaps too confused. I reached out again slowly, And this time I did not summon power. I simply held my hand open. The dog sniffed the air, its body still trembling. Then, after a long moment, it crept forward. It nudged my fingers with its cold, wet nose. A single, tentative lick. A feeling bloomed in my chest, warm and unfamiliar. It was not the cold satisfaction of destruction. It was something else, something new. I had not just spared a life. I had chosen to preserve it. The dog leaned against my leg, a small weight of trust in the emptiness. I stood up, the terrier following at my heels. We walked back through the ruins together, the girl and the dog. The silence was no longer absolute. It was filled with the soft pad of paws on ash and the sound of my own breathing. This was my world, and I was learning its new rules. The first one was simple. I decide what lives. I decide what dies. And I was no longer sure they were the same thing. The decision settled over me not as a weight, but as a mantle. The dog, now trailing me like a dusty shadow, was a variable I had not accounted for. Its needs were simple: water, food, shelter. My needs were different. I no longer felt hunger or thirst in the old way. I drew sustenance from the humming earth, from the charged silence. But the dog was a creature of the world I had erased. It was a reminder. I led it to what remained of the town square. The bank building was a heap of pulverized concrete, but the vault, a massive cube of steel, had survived intact, its door slightly ajar. It was as good a place as any. I placed my hand on the cool metal and thought of a space within, clean and safe. The heavy door swung open silently on hinges I had willed to be soundless. Inside, it was dark and empty, smelling of old paper and cold. With a thought, I summoned a soft, sourceless light that illuminated the space. I pictured a bowl of clear, cool water. It appeared on the floor, carved from solid air. The dog lapped at it greedily. This was the second rule, made reality. But the reality had to be sustained. The water would exist only as long as I held its image in my mind. It was a constant, low-level effort, like a faint melody playing in the background of my thoughts. I could make 1,000 dandelions bloom, but could I make a forest? Could I make a river? The scale of it was dizzying. I had been so focused on the act of ending that I had never considered the logistics of beginning. A new sound interrupted my thoughts. Not a whimper, but a low, grinding rumble. It came from the north, from the road that led out of town. The dog lifted its head from the water bowl and growled, a low vibration in its throat. I walked out of the vault and looked toward the sound. A cloud of dust was rising in the distance, a brown smear against the pale sky. A vehicle. Someone was coming. A coldness that had nothing to do with power spread through me. Gareth. He had made it out. He had told someone. The outside world was knocking on the door of my silent kingdom. I felt the serpent inside me uncoil, alert and ready. This was not an error like the dog. This was an intrusion. I stood in the center of the road, waiting. The dog stayed close to my leg, trembling again. The rumble grew louder, resolving into the shape of a large, boxy truck, military green. It crunched over the debris, moving slowly until it stopped about 50 feet from me. The engine cut, and the silence rushed back in, louder than before. The doors opened. 2 men climbed out. They wore khaki uniforms and heavy boots, not soldiers, but some kind of officials. Their faces were grim, etched with a professional detachment that cracked the moment they saw me. A girl in a bright yellow dress, clean and untouched, standing in the center of total devastation. One of them, a man with a close-cropped gray beard, raised a hand in a gesture that was meant to be calming. "Hello," he called out, his voice unnaturally loud in the quiet. "Can you hear me? Are you hurt?" I said nothing. I just looked at him. I could feel the tiny, frantic pulses of their lives. They were afraid, confused, but also determined. They had a purpose. The other man, younger, was scanning the horizon with a Geiger counter-like device. It chirped erratically, its needle spinning wildly. "Sir," he said, his voice tight, "the readings are off the scale, but it's not radiation, it's something else." The older man kept his eyes on me. "My name is Alan Pierce. We're with the Emergency Management Agency. We got a very strange report. What happened here? I could have told them. I could have shown them. The power was right there, a word away from turning them to dust, just like the others. But I hesitated. They were not like Chloe or Mark. They were not like my mother. They were just men doing a job. They were part of the system, the world of cause and effect that Mr. Henderson had believed in. Erasing them would not be an end. It would be a declaration of war. It would bring more trucks, more questions, more intrusions. So I did something else. I reached out with my will, not to destroy, but to persuade. I pushed a single, simple thought into the mind of the man named Alan Pierce. It was not a word. It was a feeling of profound, absolute emptiness, a certainty that this place was barren, void, and had always been so, that there was nothing to see, nothing to report, and certainly no girl in a yellow dress. I saw the thought take root. His eyes, fixed on me, glazed over. His focus shifted, looking through me now at the ruins behind me. He blinked slowly. "Alan," the younger man said, his device still screaming. "What is it?" Pierce shook his head, as if clearing water from his ears. He looked around, a deep frown on his face. "There's nothing here, Miller," he said, his voice flat. "It's a dead zone, a natural anomaly, a sinkhole, seismic activity, something. But there's no one, no survivors. The report was a mistake. But the readings, faulty equipment," Pierce said with finality. "The interference is massive. Let's go. There's nothing for us here." He turned and walked back to the truck without a second glance in my direction. The younger man, Miller, looked bewildered, but he followed his superior. The doors slammed shut. The engine coughed to life. The truck reversed, turned, and drove back the way it came. The cloud of dust it kicked up the only sign it had ever been there. I watched until it disappeared. The dog sat down at my feet and let out a soft sigh. I had not killed them. I had edited them. I had rewritten their reality. It was a subtler, more complex power than simple annihilation. And it was far more useful. The world thought this place was empty. It thought I was a ghost. That was a story I could work with. I looked down at the dog, then out at the vast, silent canvas of my world. The first chapter had been written in fire and ending. The second chapter, I realized, would be written in quiet, deliberate strokes. I had a witness after all, but it wasn't Gareth. It was this small, loyal creature. And I had a new purpose, not just to exist, but to build, and to decide very carefully who would be allowed to see what I built. The silence felt deeper after the truck left, the hum of the earth more pronounced. They were gone, but their intrusion had left a mark. The outside world was not a distant concept. It was a tangible force, capable of sending men and machines to my doorstep. My isolation was not a fortress, but a fragile illusion. I had sent them away with a thought, but how many more would come? How long before the illusion frayed? The dog nudged my hand with its head, bringing me back. It looked up at me, its tail giving a tentative wag. It needed food. Real, sustained food, not a temporary manifestation of water. I looked toward the ruined supermarket on the other side of the square. The roof was gone, the aisles exposed to the sky, but the structure was mostly intact. I walked toward it, the dog trotting beside me. Inside, the smell of decay was faint, almost sweet. There were no bodies, but the evidence of sudden departure was everywhere. A shopping cart overturned, cans scattered across the floor. I found the pet aisle. The bags of kibble were torn open, likely by rodents or other scavengers before the end, but many cans of wet food remained. I picked one up. The label showed a happy, cartoon dog. I willed the can to be pristine, its contents fresh. The rust spots vanished. The dent in the lid popped out. I opened it with a thought, and the smell of processed meat filled the air. I placed it on the floor. The dog devoured it in seconds. This was sustainable. I could preserve what was here, but it was a stopgap. The dog was a finite problem. The world outside was infinite. I needed a more permanent solution, a boundary, not just a line in the dirt, but a wall of will. I left the supermarket and walked back to the center of town, to my broken clock. This was the heart of the silence, the point from which my power radiated most strongly. I closed my eyes and reached out, not inward this time, but outward. I felt the edges of the destruction, the perfect circle of nothingness I had created. I pushed my awareness beyond it, to the untouched woods, to the roads leading away. I felt the distant, buzzing consciousness of the world beyond, a chaotic static of millions of lives. Then I began to build a wall, not of stone or steel, but of perception. I wove a tapestry of forgetting, a gentle, persistent suggestion that would settle over the land for miles around. This place is not interesting. The roads here lead nowhere. Your maps are wrong. Your instruments will fail. There is nothing for you here. It was a massive effort, like trying to hold back the ocean with my hands. Sweat beaded on my forehead, a physical reaction to the metaphysical strain. The dog whined, sensing the shift in the air. When I was done, I opened my eyes. Nothing looked different. The sky was still pale, the ruins still gray. But the air itself felt thicker, the light slightly distorted, like looking through old glass. I had created a mirage of insignificance. It wouldn't stop a determined invasion, but it would turn away the curious, the lost, the bureaucrats. It would make this place a blind spot in the world's vision. Exhaustion, a true and deep weariness, washed over me. I had unmade a town and edited 2 men's minds, but this act of large-scale, sustained creation had drained me in a new way. I needed to rest. Not sleep, but a cessation of effort. I returned to the bank vault. Inside, I fashioned a chair from the memory of polished oak, and then a simple cot with a blanket. They felt more real than the water bowl, more permanent, because I intended them to be. The dog curled up on a rug I imagined into existence at the foot of the cot. As the false twilight deepened, I sat in the opening of the vault, looking out at my world. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the potential of my will. I had written the prologue in blood and ash. Now the true work began. I would not just be the end of a story. I would be the author of a new one. And the first sentence of that story was not a bang, but a whisper, a secret kept from a world that was already forgetting we had ever existed. The dog sighed in its sleep. I listened to the sound, a tiny heartbeat in the quiet. It was enough. For now, it was enough. The morning came not with a sunrise, but with a gradual lightening of the gray. The dog was already awake, scratching at the vault door. I let it out and watched it sniff around the base of the broken clock tower, its tail held high. It was claiming the territory as its own. My first citizen. The wall of forgetting I had built hummed at the edge of my awareness. A low, constant pressure. It was holding, but it required maintenance. A trickle of my attention that I knew I could not sustain forever. I needed an anchor, something rooted in this reality to give the illusion strength. I needed to write the first real chapter of this new world. I walked to the edge of the square where the town library had stood. It was a jumble of splintered wood and pulverized books. I knelt and sifted my fingers through the ash. Here and there, a fragment of a page survived, the ink blurred into meaningless smudges. All those stories, all that knowledge gone. But they were stories of the old world. I did not need them. I closed my eyes and placed my palms flat on the ground. I thought not of a building, but of a seed of silence. I poured the memory of the library quiet into the earth, the scent of old paper, the weight of all those unread words. But I mixed it with my own intention. This would not be a place for reading. It would be a place for writing. The ground trembled. From the ash, a structure began to rise. It was not brick or wood, but something that looked like smoothed, dark glass, shot through with veins of silver. It grew upward, forming a single, windowless tower, slender and impossibly tall. It was a blank page reaching for the sky, a spire for a god of one. A doorway appeared at its base. I walked inside. The interior was a vast, circular room, empty save for a single pedestal in the center. On the pedestal lay a book. Its cover was pure white, and it was thick, with countless empty pages. This was the anchor. The story of this place would be written here, not with ink, but with will. Every decision, every creation would be recorded in this book, giving it weight and permanence. The wall of forgetting would draw its strength from this, from the solidity of a story being told. As I stood there, I felt the pressure on my mind ease. The wall was no longer my burden alone. It was part of the tower, part of the book. It would hold. I returned to the square. The dog was barking at something, a sharp, excited sound. I followed its gaze. Near the dandelion, which still bloomed defiantly, a second flower had pushed through the ash. A purple aster. I had not made it. The dog, sniffing around it, looked up at me and wagged its tail. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was not my creation. The power was seeping out, following its own logic. The erasure was not perfect. Life, it seemed, was insisting on a comeback. I had wiped the slate clean, but the slate itself had a memory. The story was writing itself. I looked from the aster to the dog, to the towering blank page of my library. I had wanted to be the sole author, but the world, even my world, was proving to be a collaborative effort. The question was no longer just what I would create. It was what I would allow to be created. I walked toward the new flower, my shadow stretching long behind me in the ashen light. The dog fell in step beside me, a loyal scribe to an author who was no longer in full control. The aster was a delicate, defiant thing. Its purple petals were a shock of color against the universal gray. A tiny rebellion I had not authorized. I crouched down, and the dog whined, unsure of my mood. I reached out, not to pluck it, but to feel the faint hum of life within its stem. It was a different frequency from the power I wielded, older and more stubborn. It was the same hum I felt from the dog, a vibration that predated my anger. I could snuff it out. A thought would be enough to return this patch of ground to sterile ash. But then what? Would I patrol the entire circumference of my kingdom, extinguishing every weed that dared to grow? The effort would be endless. This was the flaw in my design, the paradox of creation. To make something truly lasting, it had to be able to exist without my constant attention. It had to have its own rules. I stood up and left the aster alone. The dog, sensing my decision, sniffed it once more and then trotted ahead, its nose to the ground, following some new scent. I watched it go, this creature of the old world that had become the first citizen of the new. It was not bound by my will. It was simply living. I needed to understand this. I needed to know the rules of the life I had not created. I turned and walked back to my glass tower, to the blank book. I placed my hand on the open page. I did not try to write a law or a decree. Instead, I focused on a question. What grows here? The pages remained empty for a long moment. Then, words began to form, not in any ink I knew, but but in a script of light that seemed to bleed up from the paper itself. It was not a single answer, but a list: dandelion, aster, wormwood, moss, lichen. The words appeared slowly, one after another, a census of the tenacious. They were the inheritors, the things that could survive in the thin soil of my cataclysm. I watched, fascinated, as the book became a record not of my will, but of the world's resilience. A sharp bark echoed from outside, pulling me from my thoughts. It was not the dog's excited bark from before. This was a sound of alarm. I left the tower and saw the terrier standing at the edge of the square, its body rigid, staring into a narrow alley between two collapsed buildings. Its growl was a low, continuous rumble. I moved to its side and looked into the shadows. At first, I saw nothing. Then a shape detached itself from the gloom. It was a cat, scrawny and missing patches of fur, one ear torn. It moved with a feral grace, its yellow eyes fixed not on me, but on the dog. Another survivor. Not just a plant, but another thinking creature. It had been hiding, waiting. The dog took a step forward, its hackles raised. The cat hissed, arching its back. I felt the old impulse rise, the cold desire for simplicity. One less variable, one less complication. But I hesitated. The cat was part of the list. It was a life that had insisted on itself. It was not asking for my permission. It was simply existing. The decision was mine, but the context had changed. This was no longer about sparing a life. It was about governing a world that was beginning to govern itself. I placed a hand on the dog's head, calming it. I looked at the cat, and I pushed a thought toward it, not of fear or dominance, but of territory. This place is large enough. The cat stared back, unblinking. Then it turned and slunk back into the alley, disappearing into the ruins. It had not submitted. It had simply chosen a different path for now. The dog relaxed, leaning against my leg. I looked from the animal at my feet to the alley where the cat had vanished, to the purple aster waving gently in the non-existent breeze. My kingdom was no longer empty. It was populated. The silence was being filled not by my voice, but by the whispers of a world I had tried to erase. I was not just an author. I was a curator, and the exhibition was just beginning. The cat became a ghost in the periphery of my days. I would catch a glimpse of it sunning itself on a pile of rubble, or see its eyes glowing from a dark doorway before it vanished. It never approached, and I never tried to force an encounter. Its presence was a fact, like the gradual greening of the cracks in the pavement with a stubborn, creeping moss. The dog, whom I had started to think of as scout, had learned to tolerate the feline's existence with a grudging indifference. My focus shifted from pure creation to stewardship. The blank book in the tower became a ledger of sorts. I did not write in it so much as I observed, and it recorded. The list of flora grew longer. Thistles pushed through, then a hardy, ground-hugging vine. I found myself expending less energy to maintain the wall of forgetting. It drew strength from the slow, organic solidity of the place. The ruins were no longer just ruins. They were becoming an ecosystem. One afternoon, as I watched Scout chase a beetle across the square, a new sensation prickled at the edge of my awareness. It was a vibration from the wall, a faint but distinct pressure. Not an attempt to breach it, but a presence lingering just beyond the veil of insignificance I had woven. I closed my eyes and extended my perception, feeling through the barrier. It was a person, a single individual on foot, a man, I thought, moving slowly along the old road. He was not like the men in the truck. There was no purpose in his step, only a weary, dogged persistence. He was old, his mind a quiet murmur of aches and memories. He carried a pack, and a sense of profound loss clung to him like a shroud. He was not searching for anything. He was simply wandering, and the wall was doing its job. I felt the gentle push of my suggestion wash over him. There is nothing here. Turn back. He stopped. He stood for a long time, looking straight ahead, right through the mirage, at the place where the town should have been visible. The suggestion was strong, but his will, or perhaps his emptiness, created a strange resistance. He wasn't fighting it. He was simply too hollow for it to find much purchase. Then he did something unexpected. He stepped off the road and began to walk into the woods, not toward the town, but parallel to its edge. He was skirting the boundary, drawn by it without knowing why. He was following the perimeter of my silence. A cold curiosity stirred within me. This was a different kind of test. He was not a threat. He was a question. What happened to those who wandered too close to the edge? Did the world lose them? Or would they, by sheer accident, stumble through a weak point? I could make the wall stronger. I could push him away, send him stumbling back to the road with a headache and a forgotten purpose. But that felt like the old way, the way of fear and absolute control. Instead, I did nothing. I watched. I let the scenario play out. Walked for an hour, circling a large portion of the town's hidden circumference. Then, near a creek that marked the eastern border, he stopped again. The creek was part of the natural world, and my influence over it was less precise. The water flowed, and the suggestion of nothingness wavered over its surface like a heat haze. The old man knelt, cupped his hands, and drank. He refilled his canteen. And then he looked up, and his eyes focused not on the trees across the creek, but on the space above them, on the tip of my glass tower, which, from his angle, might have caught a sliver of the pale light, and glinted like a distant star. He saw it. Not the town, not me, but a single, impossible point of reflection where there should have been nothing but sky. His mind, quiet for so long, sparked with a single, clear thought. What is that? He did not try to cross the creek. He just stared, his head tilted, for a very long time. Then he shouldered his pack and continued on his way, continuing his slow circle. He had seen a crack, a flaw in the story. I stood in the square, Scout leaning against my leg. The encounter left me unsettled. I had not been discovered, but I had been observed. The absolute purity of my isolation was compromised. The old man would likely dismiss what he saw, rationalize it as a trick of the light. But he was out there, a living soul who carried a fragment of the truth with him. The world was not just forgetting. It was also remembering in small, accidental ways. I looked at Scout, then toward the alley where the cat lived. My kingdom was growing, but it was also becoming porous. I could not hold the outside world at bay forever. The question was no longer if it would find me, but what I would be when it did. The author, I realized, was also a character in the story, and my next chapter would have to account for the readers, whether I invited them or not. The old man's slow, persistent circuit became a new constant in my awareness. He was a tiny, slow-moving blip on the edge of my perception, a pebble that had skipped across the surface of my pond and was now sinking, creating ripples I could not stop. He made camp each night just outside the barrier, his small fire a pinprick of warmth in the cold static of the beyond. He was not trying to get in. He was simply there, a silent witness. I found my own routines shifting in response. My walks with Scout often took us to the eastern edge, near the creek. I would stand silently among the trees, watching the old man who could not see me. He was gaunt, his face a roadmap of hard years. He spoke to himself sometimes, low murmurs I could not quite decipher. He was harmless, but his presence was a catalyst. It forced me to consider the future in a way I had avoided. A world of one, or even of one man, one dog, and one cat, was a simple equation. The introduction of a second person, even an unseen one, changed the arithmetic entirely. Scout would whine softly, picking up on my tension. The cat, whom I had come to think of as ghost, began to appear more frequently during these vigils, perched on a fallen log or a crumbling wall, its inscrutable gaze also fixed on the unseen visitor. The three of us, a strange council of survivors, united by a shared, unspoken curiosity. After 3 days, the old man's path began to drift inward. It was imperceptible at first, a slight deviation each time he packed up his camp. He was being drawn in, not by a failure of the wall, but by something else. The water. He kept returning to the creek to refill his canteen. And I realized, with a start, that the water from within my boundary was different. It was clean, yes, but it was also infused with the faintest echo of my power, a subtle energy that promoted growth and vitality. He was drinking it, and it was affecting him. The deep weariness in his bones was easing. His steps were a little lighter. He was feeling the effect of my world, and it was pulling him like a magnet. I could have diverted the creek. I could have poisoned it. But that was the thinking of the man I had been, the destroyer. The curator I was becoming saw a different opportunity. This was not an invasion. It was an application. He was not breaking down the door. He was being invited by the very nature of the place. On the 5th day, he stood at the creek bank, looking across at the woods that belonged to me. He had finished drinking, but he didn't leave. He just stared, his head cocked as if listening to a distant song. Then He took a step forward, into the water. The moment his foot touched the stream on my side, the world shifted. The wall of forgetting did not break. It simply parted for him, like a curtain acknowledging an expected guest. The hum in my mind changed pitch, accepting him. He had passed through not by force, but by a quiet, unconscious accord. He waded across, his movements slow and deliberate. When he reached the other side, he stopped and looked around. He saw the ruins not as a blight, but as they were now a landscape of quiet decay being reclaimed by green life. He saw the moss, the aster, the thistles. He took a deep breath, and a look of profound peace settled on his weathered face. He did not see me watching him from the trees. He was simply present. He walked a few paces inland and set down his pack. He didn't build a shelter. He just sat on the ground, leaning against a mossy stone, and closed his eyes. He was home. I watched him for a long time, Scout sitting patiently at my side. This was the true beginning. The population had just doubled. The story was no longer mine alone. I had written the setting, but the characters were now writing their own lines. I turned and walked back toward the center of town, toward the blank book in the tower. I had a new entry to make. I needed to find a name for the old man, and I needed to decide what kind of king, what kind of god, presides over a kingdom of volunteers. The silence was gone, replaced by the soft, rhythmic sound of another person breathing. The old man slept for a full day and night. I watched over his rest from a distance, the tower's silent vantage point providing a view of his small, still form. Scout and Ghost seemed to understand the significance of this new arrival, their usual skirmishes replaced by a watchful quiet. The dog stayed close to me, while the cat observed from the roof of a nearby shell of a house. When the man finally stirred, it was with a slow, unforced awakening. He sat up, stretched his arms to the sky, and looked around with fresh eyes. There was no panic, no confusion about where he was. It was as if he had arrived at a destination he had been seeking his whole life without knowing it. He stood, brushed the moss from his trousers, and then did something that caught me by surprise. He walked over to a patch of dandelions, picked one, and examined its yellow head with a gentle curiosity. Then he saw the aster. He crouched down, his fingers hovering just above the purple petals without touching them. A smile, faint and weathered, touched his lips. He was not a threat. He was a gardener. I knew I could not remain a hidden observer forever. The town was no longer just my refuge. It was becoming a community, however small. The time for revelation had come. I walked out of the tower and across the square, Scout trotting beside me. The man heard our approach and turned. His eyes, a pale, watery blue, widened slightly at the sight of me. He did not look afraid. He looked expectant. He straightened up slowly, his hand going to his heart in a gesture of instinctive respect. "I thought I was alone," he said, his voice a dry rustle of sound, unused for some time. "You were," I replied. "Now you are not." He nodded, accepting this simple truth. His gaze traveled from my face to the glass tower rising behind me, then to the dog at my feet, and finally to the cat now watching from a windowsill. "This place," he said, gesturing to the quiet ruins around us. "It's healing." "It is," I agreed. "It has its own rules now." "I'm Elias," he said, offering his name like a gift. I considered giving him a name, the one I had pondered in the tower, but it felt wrong to assign him an identity. He had brought his own. "Elias," I acknowledged. "Welcome." That was the beginning of our coexistence. Elias asked no probing questions. He seemed to understand the fundamental truth of this place, that it was a sanctuary defined by its separation from the world outside. He found a small, relatively intact house on the western edge of the square, and moved in with a quiet purpose. He did not try to rebuild it, but rather to clean it, to make it habitable. He spent his days tending to the wild plants, clearing debris from the pathways, and sitting for hours in silent contemplation. I continued my own work in the tower, but the book was changing. It was no longer just a record of my will or the world's resilience. Elias' name appeared in it one day, written in that same script of light. Beneath it, a single word, steward. He had found his role, and in doing so, he had solidified the story. The wall felt stronger than ever, not because I was reinforcing it, but because the world inside was becoming more real, more detailed, more worth protecting. The pressure from outside seemed to lessen, as if the universe was finally accepting that this place was occupied, and was therefore less of an anomaly. Weeks turned into a gentle rhythm. I would find small, thoughtful additions to the town, a bench fashioned from a fallen beam placed near the dandelion patch, a rainwater collection system rigged outside Elias' door. He was contributing to the narrative. One evening, as I stood with him watching the stars appear in the twilight sky, he spoke, his voice soft. "They'll come, you know," he said, not looking at me. "Others, not all at once. A few, the lost ones, the quiet ones. They'll find the creek or see a glint of the tower just like I did." I knew he was right. The wall was a filter, not a solid barrier. It kept out the noise and the violence, but it would allow in the gentle, the broken, to those who sought only peace. My kingdom of one was destined to become a village of the forgotten. "I know," I said. He turned to me then, his old eyes clear in the dim light. "What will you do when they arrive?" I looked at the peaceful square, at Scout sleeping by the bench, at Ghost's eyes glowing from the rooftop. I looked at Elias, the first volunteer. I had tried to be an author, then a curator. Now, perhaps, my role was simpler. "I will welcome them," I said, the truth of my own words settled deep within me. Welcome them. It was not a plan of defense or a strategy of control. It was a statement of principle. Elias simply nodded, as if I had confirmed something he already knew. He turned and walked back to his small house, his figure a quiet silhouette against the soft light of a rising moon. The next morning, I went to the tower and opened the book. The word steward still glowed beneath Elia's name. I watched as new words began to form, not dictated by my conscious thought, but emerging from the quiet hum of the town itself. They were simple, practical things. A list of edible roots Elias had discovered. The path of a fox that had recently taken up residence in the old library. The arrival of a small flock of sparrows. The book was no longer my ledger. It was becoming the town's living memory. I closed the book and descended the spiral stairs. Scout was waiting for me at the base, tail wagging. Together, we walked out into the square. The air was different. The silence was no longer empty, but composed of a dozen small sounds. Elias humming as he tended a new patch of potatoes, the sparrows chattering on a power line, the rustle of the fox in the distance. It was a symphony of persistence. My walk took me to the creek, to the very spot where Elias had crossed. I looked at the water, seeing my reflection superimposed on the flowing current. The face that looked back was still mine, but the eyes held less of the cold architect and more of the watchful gardener. I knelt and scooped up some water. It was cold and clear, carrying the faint, energizing tingle of the boundary's power. This was the source of the attraction, the lure for the lost. I could not stop it without changing the essential nature of this place. And I found I did not want to. As if summoned by my thoughts, a new pressure touched the edge of my awareness. It was fainter than Elias had been, a mere whisper of presence from the other side of the wall. I focused, extending my senses. It was a child, a girl alone. Her mind was a quiet storm of fear and exhaustion, a desperate need for shelter. She was following the creek, drawn by the same instinct that had guided the old man. I did not strengthen the wall. I did not push her away. I simply waited. I felt the moment she sensed the difference in the air, the moment her fear was momentarily eclipsed by a flicker of hope. She was small enough, her spirit quiet enough, that she passed through the barrier without even noticing its resistance. One moment she was in the outside world. The next she was standing on the bank, staring at the greening ruins with wide, disbelieving eyes. She saw me immediately. She froze, too terrified to even run. Scout, sensing her fear, let out a soft whine and lay down, making himself small. I remained kneeling, my hands open and empty. "You are safe here," I said, my voice low and calm. She didn't speak. She just stared, her small chest heaving. After a long moment, her gaze shifted from my face to the town behind me, to the peaceful square and the glass tower shining in the sun. The absolute stillness of the place, the absence of threat, began to work on her. The tension slowly leaked from her shoulders. Elias appeared at the edge of the square, having seen the newcomer. He did not approach quickly, but moved with a slow, non-threatening grace. He stopped a respectful distance away and offered the girl a small, wrinkled apple from his pocket. She looked from the apple to Elias' kind face, then back to me. Hesitantly, she took a step forward, then another. She took the apple and sank her teeth into it with with a ravenous hunger. As she ate, she began to cry, silent tears cutting clean paths through the grime on her cheeks. Elias placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and led her toward his house. I rose to my feet. Scout joined me, and we watched them go. The population had grown again. The story was writing itself at an accelerating pace. I looked down at the dog. "It seems we are in the business of collecting strays," I said. He nudged my hand with his wet nose. Turning back toward the tower, I knew my work had changed forever. There would be no more grand acts of creation. My purpose now was to be a fixed point, a cornerstone, to ensure the walls held against the chaos, while the gate remained open for the quiet, the broken, and the lost. The author was gone. The curator remained. And the exhibition, indeed, was just beginning. The girl's name was Lily. She did not speak for 3 days, clinging to Elia's side as he showed her how to weed the potato patch and collect rainwater. She was a shadow, her movements silent and quick, her eyes constantly scanning the horizon as if expecting some old terror to reappear. But the peace of the place was a balm, and slowly the wild fear in her eyes softened into a watchful calm. Ghost, the cat, was the one who finally drew her out. He began leaving small offerings on the doorstep of Elia's house, a fallen feather, a smooth stone, a dead mouse. Lily would collect these gifts with a solemn air, arranging them on the windowsill. One afternoon, I saw her sitting on the ground, perfectly still, while Ghost lay basking in a sunbeam a few feet away. They were not touching, but a thread of understanding stretched between them. It was another small stitch in the fabric of our new world. I kept to the tower for the most part, a conscious decision to give them space. My presence was an intensity they did not need. From my high window, I watched the tiny community take shape. Elias taught Lily how to identify edible mushrooms. Lily, in turn, showed a surprising knack for weaving baskets from long grasses. They were building a life, not from my designs, but from their own instincts and memories. The book in the tower continued to chronicle it all. Lily's name appeared, and beneath it, the word listener. The fox was noted as a patroller. The sparrows were messengers. The town was defining itself, assigning roles in a silent, organic consensus. A month after Lily's arrival, the next one came. A young man, barely more than a boy, with a hollow look in his eyes and hands that trembled slightly. He did not find the creek by accident. He was following the birds. He told Elias in a halting voice that he had seen sparrows flying in a straight, determined line toward a point on the horizon, against the wind, as if answering a call. He had followed them. His arrival was different. He brought attention with him, a residue of the violence outside. When I approached, he flinched, his eyes darting toward the broken buildings, as if expecting an ambush. It was Lily who reached him. She walked up to him, stared at his shaking hands, and then placed one of her woven grass bracelets in his palm. He looked down at the simple gift, and the trembling slowly subsided. His name was Kai. The book called him the builder. He saw potential in the ruins where others saw only decay. He started by repairing the roof on Elias's house, then began clearing the debris from a small workshop next door. He worked with a frantic energy, as if by building he could outrun the memories he carried. I stood in the square that evening, watching the lights of 3 lanterns now glowing in the twilight. Elias S., Lily S., and Kai S., the hum of the boundary, was a deep, contented thrum. This was no longer a forgotten town. It was a sanctuary, and it was working as intended, drawing in those who needed it most. But with every new soul, the balance shifted. I felt the weight of their collective presence, their dreams and fears seeping into the ground, into the very air. The story was theirs now, more than it was mine. My role was to hold the space, to be the silent guarantor of the peace they were building. Scout leaned against my leg, and Ghost materialized from the shadows to weave around my ankles. They were my original counsel, my anchors. Together, we watched the lights burn steadily in the gathering dark, small beacons against the vast forgetting of the world. The exhibition was open, and the visitors had arrived. Story 2. The first thing was the sound, a soft, rhythmic whisper of cloth against wood, a sound so small it was almost a thought. Darlene, who was 9, and possessed a mind that collected details like a magpie collects shiny things, noticed it from the top of the stairs. She stood there, one hand on the banister, and watched her mother in the hallway below. Her mother was polishing the same small section of the mahogany console table, the one with the clawfoot legs. Her arm moved in a perfect, unhurried arc, the yellow duster in her hand tracing the same path over the same patch of gleaming grain. Back and forth, back and forth. It was a Tuesday afternoon, and the light through the fanlight was the color of weak tea, and her mother's arm moved, and did not stop. Darlene did not call out. There was a quality to the silence in the house that afternoon, a thickness, as if the air itself had been stuffed with cotton wool. It was the kind of silence that asked for quiet in return. So she descended the stairs, each step a careful negotiation with the old, complaining wood, and her mother did not look up. The scent of lemon oil hung heavy, a clean, sharp smell that somehow felt unclean in its intensity. As she passed, Darlene saw that her mother's eyes were fixed on the wood, but they were not seeing it. They were wide and blank, like polished stones. The motion of her arm never faltered. It was as if a key had been turned in her back, and this was all she was made to do. This was not the first strange thing, but it was the one that broke the pattern of the ordinary. The house on Hemlock Lane was old, a rambling Victorian pile that had settled into the Connecticut hillside with a sigh of permanent fatigue. It was full of angles that were not quite right, and shadows that pooled in the corners with a peculiar density. Darlene's father, a kind man with a mind often elsewhere, called it character. But Darlene, who felt the house in a way the adults did not, knew it was something else. It was a waiting. Sometimes, at the edge of sleep, she thought she could hear the house breathing, a slow, tidal sound beneath the floorboards. The discovery happened because of a draft. 3 days after the polishing, a cold finger of air traced a path up her spine as she sat reading on the rug in the upstairs hallway. The book was about a rabbit who went on an adventure, but the adventure felt thin and far away compared to the immediate mystery of the cold. She crawled on her hands and knees, following the sensation. It led her to the wall at the end of the hall, a blank stretch of wallpaper covered in a faded pattern of roses and thorny vines. The draft was strongest near the floorboard. She pressed her cheek to the rug and saw it, a hairline crack in the wallpaper, so fine it was almost invisible, outlining a small, square door no bigger than a hatbox. Her heart made a little fist in her chest. It was a secret. The house had given her a secret. That night, after the sounds of the household had stilled into the deep rhythms of sleep, she returned with a butter knife from the kitchen. The metal slid easily into the crack. With a faint, sighing sound, a puff of dust that smelled of dried flowers and cold stone, the little door swung inward. Beyond was not a crawl space, not a nest of pipes or forgotten trunks. Beyond was a long, dim corridor, its walls made of rough, unfinished stone that glistened with a faint moisture. The air that flowed out was several degrees cooler, and carried with it a scent that was at once familiar and utterly alien. The smell of her mother's perfume, but twisted, overlaid with the dampness of a deep cave, and the sweet, cloying scent of overripe peaches. At the far end of the corridor, a soft, buttery light pulsed gently. Perhaps it was a dream. It seemed that way, the way the stones felt both solid and insubstantial under her fingertips as she crawled through. The corridor went on for what felt like a long time, and then it opened up. She emerged not into an attic or a basement, but into a living room. It was their living room, and yet it was not. Everything was precisely the same green sofa, the same brass fireplace tools, the same landscape painting above the mantel, but it was all more. The colors were richer, deeper. The green of the sofa was the green of a deep forest pool. The light from the lamp in the corner was warmer, more golden, and it seemed to hold no shadows at all. It was perfect. It was home, but home as remembered in the happiest of dreams. And there was her mother, sitting in the armchair, knitting. But this mother smiled instantly, a wide, warm smile that reached her eyes, which sparkled with an uncomplicated love. "There you are, darling," she said, and her voice was a melody, without the thin note of worry that often threaded through it in the real world. "We've been waiting for you." This other mother put down her knitting and opened her arms. Her embrace was perfect, warm and solid and endless. It was everything a child could want. And then the other father came in, whistling, his face ruddy and cheerful, and he swept Darlene up in a hug that smelled of pipe tobacco and autumn leaves, a vast improvement on the real father's scent of faint anxiety and ink. Everything was better. The food tasted more vivid. The music from the gramophone was sweeter, and the silence, when it came, was a comfortable, companionable thing. It was on her third visit that she met Keegan. He was a small, sharp-faced creature, part cat, part something else with overly intelligent eyes, the color of tarnished pennies. He was curled on the perfect version of her bed, a bed that was always the exact right temperature. "You shouldn't stay here too long," he said, his voice a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across pavement. He was the first thing that was openly strange, that did not try to mimic perfection. Darlene started, "You can talk." "Everyone talks here," Keegan said, cleaning a paw with fastidious flicks of a dark tongue. "The question is, are you listening? And more importantly, do you understand what they not saying?" He looked at her, and his gaze was ancient and weary. "The polish on this place is deep, but it's thin. Scratch it, and you'll see what's underneath." She began to see. The cracks were small at first. She noticed that the other Mother S smiles never quite reached the stillness in the center of her eyes. She saw that the neighbors, perfect doubles of the people from Hemlock Lane, moved with a synchronized, clockwork smoothness that was unsettling. Their greetings were always the same, their laughter a little too perfectly timed. And then there were the button eyes. She saw them on a little girl who was the double of her friend Sarah from down the street. Shiny black buttons, sewn neatly where her eyes should be. They did not blink. They only stared with a placid, empty gleam. When she asked the other mother about them, the woman's face tightened for a fraction of a second, a ripple on a pond of perfect calm. "Oh, those are for the ones who choose to see things more clearly, my sweet," she said, her voice like honey. "It's a special gift. It makes everything so much simpler." Her long, cold fingers stroked Darlene's hair, and for the first time, the touch felt possessive, not loving. "Would you like button eyes, Darlene? Then you could stay here forever and be happy and never have to be sad or frightened again." The horror of the offer was like a splash of ice water. She looked at the other Mother's own eyes, which were still the soft brown of her real Mother S, and saw, deep within them, not a pupil, but a tiny, dark hook. It was uncertain, a trick of the perfect light, but the image stuck. She retreated, making excuses, and found Keegan waiting for her in the garden, a garden where every flower was in flawless, unnatural bloom. "She wants to keep you," Keegan whispered, his fur bristling. "She's a beldam, a kind of spider. She builds this world to lure children to feed on their vitality, their love, until there's nothing left but an empty shell. Then she adds them to her collection." He gestured with his nose toward the cellar door, a door she had never noticed before, which seemed to be made of a wood that was black and twisted like a diseased bone. "The ones in the cellar, they the ones who said yes to the buttons. They just hollow dolls now, singing her praises in the dark." The revelation was not a single, crashing moment, but a slow, cold seep. The perfect world curdled around her. The warm light now seemed jaundiced. The sweet smell of peaches was cloying, suffocating. The other Mother's love was a cage. The climactic struggle was not one of force, but of will. The beldam dropped her kindly mask, and her form became taller, sharper, her fingers elongating into needle-like points. The beautiful house melted away, revealing a cavernous, skeletal structure made of junk and memories and dust. The only thing that remained real was the little door, now a distant, glowing rectangle at the end of a narrowing tunnel of webs. The beldam did not scream or rage. She whispered, her voice coming from all around, a sound like a razor blade dragged across silk. "Stay, my darling. I can be everything you need. I am so much better than her. I will never be tired. I will never be cross. You will be my perfect daughter in my perfect world." Darlene S.'s courage was not the courage of a hero, but the desperate, stubborn courage of a child who wanted to go home. She thought of her real mother S.'s tired eyes, her father S.'s absent-minded hugs, the way the real house sometimes creaked and groaned. It was flawed and messy and real. She held onto that reality like a rope. She remembered the small, forgotten things, the chip in her favorite mug, the loose floorboard in her room, the way her father hummed off-key. These imperfections were her anchors. She did not fight the beldam with strength, but with memory, with truth. And as she whispered these real things aloud, the spectral web around her trembled and began to dissolve. She escaped. She tumbled back through the little door, which slammed shut behind her with a final, bone-jarring thud. She found herself back on the hallway rug, the early morning light filtering through the window. The house was silent. When her real mother came down for breakfast, she was her usual, slightly distracted self. There was no mention of endless polishing. Life resumed its normal shape, but nothing was ever quite the same. The little door, when Darlene looked for it again, was gone. The wall was seamless. Yet, sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, she would press her ear to the wallpaper and think she could hear, from an impossible distance, the faint, rhythmic sound of a needle being pushed through cloth, over and over again, and she would sometimes catch her mother looking at her with an expression of such profound and weary love that it broke her heart. And in the depths of that love, for just a flicker of a moment, she would see not a hook, but a tiny, gleaming reflection, a shard of something dark and patient and waiting. It was uncertain, of course. It could have been a trick of the light. But the doubt itself was the beldam S final gift, a tiny ghost in the machine of her life, a whisper in the foundation of the world, and the world outside her window, the world of Hemlock Lane and school and growing up, began to seem less solid, its colors a little paler, its edges softening, as if it were merely one photograph laid carefully over another, darker image. And the two images, the real and the remembered, began to bleed together, the lines between them blurring, fading, until it was all just a distant, shimmering memory, a story she once knew, until even that faded, and was gone. The years folded over the experience like layers of sediment, hardening into a geology of memory that was rarely disturbed. Darlene grew up. The house on Hemlock Lane was sold after her father passed, a quiet, fading end that seemed fitting for him. Her mother moved into a small, modern apartment that smelled of new carpet and held no shadows at all. Darlene went to college, studied architecture, drawn to the the bones of things, the way structures held themselves up against the world. She married a man named Ben, whose solidity and unwavering belief in the tangible was a comfort. They had a daughter, Sophie, who had her father's easy laugh and her grandmother's capacity for silence. Darlene never told anyone about the other mother, the beldam. The story felt like a fever dream, a childhood psychosis born of loneliness and an old house's eccentricities. She filed it away, a curious, dark folktale from her own personal history. Yet, it shaped her in subtle ways. She preferred rooms with clear lines and good light. She was acutely aware of drafts, and she could not abide the smell of overripe peaches. It was Sophie who brought it back. She was 9, the same age Darlene had been. They were visiting her mother in the antiseptic apartment, and Sophie, bored, had found a box of old things in the closet. She pulled out a small, tarnished silver button. "Look, Mama," she said, holding it up. "It's pretty." Darlene's blood went cold. It was just a button, but the sight of it, round and dark, sent a jolt through her system. "Where did you get that?" she asked, her voice tighter than she intended. "In the box with Grandma's sewing stuff," Sophie said, puzzled by her mother's reaction. She held it up to her own eye, peering through the little holes. "It looks like an eye." Later that night, after they had returned to their own safe, while at home, Darlene was tucking Sophie into bed. The room was warm, the nightlight casting a soft, star-shaped glow on the wall. Sophie looked up at her, her own eyes clear and bright and alive. "Mama," she whispered, "I had a funny dream last night." Darlene's hand, smoothing the blanket, stilled. "Oh, yeah," Sophie said, her voice drowsy. "I dreamed about another house. It looked just like this one, but shinier. And there was another you. She was really nice. She said she was my real grandmother, and that she'd been waiting to meet me." Sophie yawned. She smelled like lemons and flowers. The floor seemed to tilt under Darlene's feet. The air in the room grew thick, stuffed with cotton wool. She could hear her own heart, a frantic drum against the sudden, immense silence. She looked at her daughter, at the trusting curve of her cheek against the pillow, and she saw not a hook, but a door, opening once more. The beldam had not been waiting in the old house on Hemlock Lane. She had been waiting in the one place Darlene had never thought to guard. The unspoken stories passed down in the quiet spaces between a mother and a child. The story itself was the corridor, and it had found a new way through. The words were out, hanging in the warm bedroom air, and they carried with them the chill of that long-sealed corridor. Darlene forced her hand to continue its motion, pulling the duvet up to Sophie's chin. Her voice, when she found it, was a carefully controlled whisper. "That sounds like a very strange dream, sweetheart. What else happened?" Sophie's eyelids were heavy. "Not much. She just smiled. She had pretty buttons on her dress." She yawned again, a small, trusting sound, and turned onto her side. "Can we make lemon cookies tomorrow? Like in the dream?" "Yes," Darlene heard herself say. "Of course we can." She kissed her daughter's forehead, her lips registering the normal, warm scent of shampoo and sleep. But beneath it, she imagined she could detect a faint, ghostly trace of lemon oil and wilted petals. She walked out of the room, leaving the door open a crack, a habit born of a parental fear of monsters she had always believed were metaphorical. Now, the metaphor had teeth. She descended the stairs to the living room, where Ben was reading a newspaper, the solid bulk of him a comfort she suddenly needed to touch. She sat beside him on the sofa, pressing her shoulder against his. "You okay?" he asked, without looking up from his article. "You look like you've seen a ghost." She almost laughed, a sharp, brittle sound that she swallowed down. "Just tired." She leaned her head against him, closing her eyes, trying to anchor herself in the mundane reality of the room. The feel of the wool blend sofa cover, the smell of newsprint, the faint sound of the refrigerator humming in the kitchen. This was real. This was her life. But the foundation of that reality had developed a hairline crack. The story had not been a contained thing, a fossil to be examined. It was a seed, and it had been planted in the most fertile soil imaginable, her daughter's imagination. Or was it imagination? The specificity was what terrified her. The lemons, the shine, the other grandmother. The beldam had not simply replicated a mother. She had tailored her lure, presenting herself as a grandparent, a figure of indulgence. And Mystery Sophie had never truly known in her real, fading grandmother. Days passed. Darlene watched Sophie with a new, hypervigilant intensity. She scrutinized her drawings for any strange, repeating patterns. She listened for any unusual phrases in her play. Everything seemed normal. Sophie was her cheerful, energetic self, obsessed with a new video game and a friendship drama at school. The dream, it seemed, was just a dream. Then on Saturday, while Darlene was gardening, Sophie came out to the backyard holding something. It was an old, forgotten doll from a box in the attic, one of Darlene's own from Hemlock Lane. The doll's porcelain face was smudged, its dress faded. But Sophie had made a modification. Where the doll's painted blue eyes had been, she had clumsily stitched 2 large, black buttons. "Look, Mama," Sophie said, holding it up proudly. I fixed her eyes. Now she can see better. The trowel slipped from Darlene's grasp, clattering against the patio stone. The sun was bright. The day was warm, but a coldness seized her core. It was a coincidence. It had to be. A child's macabre, but innocent creativity. "Where did you get those buttons, Soph?" she asked, her voice dangerously calm. "In Grandma's sewing box," Sophie said, puzzled. "You said I could look." That night, after Sophie was in bed, Darlene went to the garage and found the box of her mother's old sewing supplies. She emptied it onto the workbench, her hands trembling. There, amid spools of thread and scraps of fabric, was a small, rattling tin. She pried it open. Inside were buttons of all sorts, and at the bottom, nestled together, were a dozen more buttons exactly like the silver one Sophie had found. Perfect, dark, and She slammed the tin shut, her breath coming in short gasps. It was nothing. They were just buttons. Her mother had sewn, she had collected buttons. This was proof of nothing but a mundane hobby. But then a memory surfaced, unbidden and sharp. Her mother, in the weeks after the incident with the polishing, sitting in a chair by the window, mending a tear in a pillowcase. She had been unusually quiet, her movements slow, and she had hummed a tune, a simple, repetitive melody that had no beginning and no end. Darlene had forgotten it for decades. Now she remembered. It was the same tuneless hum she sometimes heard from Sophie when she was concentrating deeply on a drawing. A terrible understanding began to dawn on Darlene. The beldam did not just live behind a little door in a wall. She lived in the stories that were not told, in the anxieties that were passed down in a glance, a tension in the hands, a particular silence. She lived in the inheritance of fear. She had tried to keep Darlene by offering a perfect mother. Now she was trying for Sophie by offering the perfect grandmother, a figure from a story Darlene had never told, but had evidently carried in her very cells, in the subtle rhythms of her mothering. The fight was not over. It had simply skipped a generation, and this time Darlene knew she could not escape by simply crawling back through a door. The door was already inside her house. It was in her daughter's mind. To close it, she would have to do the one thing she had spent a lifetime avoiding. She would have to tell the story. She would have to speak the beldam's name into the safe, modern air of her home and risk making it real again. She looked at the closed tin of buttons, and she knew that silence was no longer a defense. It was an invitation. The next morning, the kitchen was filled with the ordinary sounds of cereal being poured and the weather forecast on the radio. Ben chatted about his plans to fix the loose hinge on the garden gate. Sophie swung her legs under the table, humming that same faint, repetitive tune. The normalcy of it all was a fragile pane of glass, and Darlene felt like she was holding her breath, afraid to shatter it. She knew what she had to do. The weight of the unspoken story was a stone in her stomach. After Ben left for work and she was walking Sophie to school, the bright morning sun felt like an interrogation lamp. "Soph," she began, her voice hesitant. "About that dream you had, the one with the other grandmother." Sophie skipped ahead a step, then turned to walk backward, her face open and curious. "Yeah, it was weird, right?" "It was," Darlene agreed, choosing her words with the care of a bomb disposal expert. "It reminded me of a story from when I was your age." Sophie's eyes lit up. She loved stories, especially ones from her mother's childhood. A true story. Darlene looked at her daughter, at the complete absence of guile in her face, and made a decision. "I think so. It's a scary story, though." "Even better," Sophie declared, falling into step beside her. So as they walked down the familiar sidewalk, under the canopy of maple trees that were just beginning to turn, Darlene told her. She did not use the word beldam. She called her the other mother. She described the perfect house, the button eyes, the a kind voice that hid a hunger. She spoke of the cat, Keegan, and his warnings. She described the terrible choice, the needle-sharp fingers, and the desperate escape. She told her about the little door slamming shut. She left out the part about the hook in her real mother S.I. Some truths were too heavy for a 9-year-old, and some doubts too dangerous to plant. Sophie listened, utterly rapt. When Darlene finished, they had reached the school gates. The playground was a riot of shouting children and bouncing balls. The real world in all its chaotic glory. "Wow," Sophie said, her brow furrowed in thought. "So that lady in my dream was the other mother." "I think she might have been," Darlene said softly. "She's a predator, Sophie. She tells children what they want to hear. She makes things seem perfect to trick them." Sophie was silent for a long moment, digesting this. Then she looked up at her mother, her expression serious. "But you beat her. You remembered the real stuff, the chip in the mug and everything." "I did," Darlene said, a wave of relief so powerful it made her knees weak. She had given her daughter the weapon. Sophie nodded, a look of determination settling on her features. "Okay." Then she grinned. "Don't worry, Mama. If she comes back, I'll remember the loose floorboard in my room." She gave Darlene a quick hug and ran off to join her friends. Darlene stood there for a moment, watching her daughter disappear into the crowd. The story was out. It was no longer a ghost in the machine. It was a shared history, a warning etched into their family lore. It felt less powerful now, its shadows diminished by the morning sun and the sound of children playing. But that evening, as she was putting away laundry in Sophie's room, she saw it. The doll with the button eyes was sitting on the shelf. But now, it was different. A small piece of white tape had been placed over each button, and on the tape, Sophie had drawn 2 large, goofy, crossed-out eyes with a marker. Darlene picked up the doll, a smile touching her lips. It was a child's solution, simple and effective. She felt a profound gratitude for her daughter's pragmatic imagination. She placed the doll back on the shelf, the taped-over eyes facing the wall. Later, as she passed the hall closet, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. It was just the way Ben had left it after grabbing a jacket, a common occurrence in their busy house. But for a heartbeat, the dark crack of the opening looked like a vertical mouth. And from within, she was almost certain she heard a dry, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across pavement. It was the house settling, of course. It was always just the house settling. She reached out and pushed the door firmly shut until the latch clicked into place. The sound was final, solid, and real. The click of the latch echoed in the quiet hall, a small, decisive sound that should have been comforting. But the silence that followed felt watchful. Darlene stood for a moment, her hand still on the cool wood of the closet door, half expecting to feel a vibration, a faint tremor of frustration from the other side. There was nothing, only the steady hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen. She turned and saw Ben looking at her from the living room archway, his head tilted. everything all right?" he asked. "Fine," she said, too quickly. She forced a smile. "Just making sure that door was shut. The draft." He nodded, accepting this mundane explanation. "Right. Don't want the heating bill to skyrocket." He went back to his book. Darlene's gaze drifted to the staircase, leading up to where Sophie slept. The story was told. The warning was given. She had done what she thought was necessary. So why did she feel this lingering unease? This sense that a veil had been thin for so long that simply pointing it out wasn't enough to thicken it again. The next week was deceptively calm. Sophie seemed to have absorbed the story not as a terrifying reality, but as a fascinating legend. She drew pictures of the other mother, but they were cartoonish and silly, with giant needle fingers that were tying bows instead of sewing. She asked questions, but they were the questions of a curious child, not a frightened one. Could the other mother turn into a dragon? Did her cat really talk? Darlene answered as best she could, steering the answers back to the central lesson. The other mother lied. She offered perfect things that were traps. It was on Thursday afternoon that Darlene found the drawing. Sophie had been quiet in her room for an hour, which usually meant she was engrossed in art. Darlene went up to call her for a snack and found the room empty. A single piece of paper lay on the desk. It was a drawing of their own house, but rendered with an eerie precision that was far beyond Sophie's usual cheerful scribbles. The lines were straight and sure, the perspective unnervingly accurate. And from the attic window, a face was looking out. It was not a monster-s face. It was her mother-s face, Sophie's real grandmother, but younger, and smiling a smile that was a little too wide, a little too knowing. And the eyes were too small, carefully drawn circles, left blank and white on the paper. A cold knot tightened in Darlene's chest. "Sophie," she called out, her voice echoing in the empty room. No answer. She hurried downstairs, her heart hammering. Sophie, Ben. The house was silent. She checked the backyard, the front yard, her panic rising with each empty space. Finally, she threw open the door to the basement, a place Sophie usually avoided because it was dark and full of spiders. A sliver of light came from under the door to the small, unfinished storage room where they kept old holiday decorations. Darlene pushed the door open. Sophie was sitting on the concrete floor, cross-legged, in front of an old, dust-covered trunk Darlene had brought from her mother's apartment, but never opened. The trunk was open now. Sophie wasn't looking inside it. She was just sitting there, humming that tuneless melody, staring at the blank concrete wall in front of her. "Sophie," Darlene rushed to her, kneeling and grabbing her shoulders. "What are you doing down here?" Sophie blinked, as if waking up. She looked at her mother, her expression confused. "I dunno. I was just looking for something." "Looking for what?" Darlene's voice was sharp with fear. Sophie's brow furrowed. She seemed to be searching for the memory. I thought I heard a kitten, meowing. It sounded so sad." She looked at the blank wall. It sounded like it was coming from in there, Darlene pulled her daughter into a tight hug. There was no kitten. There was only the story adapting, finding a new lure. It wasn't offering a perfect grandmother anymore. It was offering a creature in need of rescue, a temptation for a kind-hearted child. As she held Sophie, her eyes fell on the contents of the open trunk. It was filled with her mother's things from Hemlock Lane. On top of a stack of folded linens lay a familiar, tarnished silver button. And next to it, a small, bone-handled sewing needle, its eye dark and empty. Darlene knew then that closing a physical door was meaningless. The real door was the story, and it was a two-way passage. By telling it, she had not just armed her daughter, she had also reaffirmed the Beldam's existence, giving her a new foothold in their lives. The fight would not be won with a single recollection of real things. It would be a constant, daily practice of reinforcing the messy, imperfect beauty of their real world, of making it a fortress so bright and loud and loved that no whispered promise of something shinier could ever be heard. She stood up, holding Sophie's hand, and led her out of the basement, away from the dust and the shadows. She would start by making the noisiest, messiest, most wonderful chocolate chip cookies the world had ever seen. The kitchen became a sanctuary of glorious noise. Darlene clattered bowls and slammed cabinet doors. She turned the radio to a pop station and sang along loudly and off-key. Sophie, initially subdued, was soon coaxed into cracking the eggs, and a flick of her wrist sent a shard of shell into the batter. Instead of the usual careful fishing out, Darlene laughed. "Extra crunch," she declared, and Sophie's giggle was a real, unfiltered sound that pushed back the silence. They made a mess. Flour dusted the countertops like snow. Chocolate smudged Sophie's cheek. The cookies that emerged from the oven were misshapen and slightly burnt at the edges, but they were their cookies. The smell was rich and genuine, a world away from the ghostly scent of lemon and polish. Ben came home, sniffing the air with appreciation. "Now that's a smell I can get behind," he said, grabbing a still warm cookie and earning a playful swat from Darlene. That night, as Darlene tucked Sophie into bed, the routine felt different. The story was no longer a lurking phantom between them. It was a shared fact. Sophie looked at the doll with the taped-over eyes on her shelf. "She can't get in if we don't let her, right, Mama?" "That's right, sweetheart," Darlene said, smoothing the covers. "She needs an invitation, and we're not in the inviting business." She kissed Sophie goodnight and turned on the nightlight, not because of monsters, but because it cast a soft, warm glow that made the room feel safe and familiar. Downstairs, she found Ben waiting for her on the sofa. He had that look, the one that said he'd been piecing things together. "Okay, Dar," he said gently. "The frantic baking, the way you jumped when the closet door creaked earlier. Something's up. Is this about that weird dream Sophie had?" Darlene looked at her husband, at his solid, dependable face, a face that believed in plumbing leaks and tax returns, not in beldams. She had protected him from this part of her past, thinking it was a protection for them all. But she saw now that silence was a wedge. The beldam thrived on secrets, on the things that were kept between people, creating spaces for her to grow. She took a deep breath. "It's about more than a dream," she began. "It's about a story my mother used to tell me. A true story, I think." And she told him. She told him everything about Hemlock Lane, the other mother, the buttons, the escape. She spoke the words into the well-lit room, and with each one, the memory felt less like a haunting and more like a history. A terrible history, but one that belonged to her. Ben listened without interruption, his expression moving from confusion to concern to a dawning, grim understanding. When she finished, he didn't dismiss it. He didn't call it a childhood fantasy. He simply took her hand, his grip firm. "So that's what you've been carrying all this time," he said softly. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" "Because I wanted it to not be real," she whispered. "Well," he said, squeezing her hand, "now it's our problem, and we'll face it together. No more secrets." The next day, Ben went up into the attic and brought down the trunk from the basement. Together, in the bright sunlight of the backyard, they went through its contents. They kept a few photographs of Darlene's mother, the real one, smiling with a genuine, tired warmth. The rest the linens, the old clothes, the button tin they bundled up and drove to the dump. Darlene threw the tin in herself, watching it disappear under a pile of broken furniture and bags of trash. It was a symbolic gesture, but it felt necessary. They were cleaning house. Life did not become perfectly safe. A week later, Sophie came home from a friend's house, talking about a wonderful new animated movie she'd seen, about a girl who finds a secret door to a perfect world. Darlene's blood ran cold for a moment. But then Sophie added, "It was kinda creepy, though. The people there were too nice. It reminded me of your story, Mama." Darlene felt a surge of pride. The vaccine was working. The story was no longer a dormant infection. It was an antibody. The true test came on a rainy Sunday. Sophie was building an elaborate fort out of blankets and chairs in the living room, a cozy cave lit by a flashlight. Darlene was reading on the sofa when she heard Sophie whisper to herself from within the fort. "It's okay," she murmured. "You can't come in. This is a real house. We have a loose floorboard, and Daddy burns the toast sometimes." Darlene closed her book, her heart full. She knew then that the beldam would always be there, in the periphery, in the stories untold and the anxieties inherited. But she was no longer a monster in the dark. She was a cautionary tale, a name they knew, a pattern they could recognize, and a family that shared its stories, that celebrated its imperfections, was a fortress that no other mother, no matter how perfect she seemed, could ever hope to breach. The rain tapped against the window, a soothing rhythm on the glass, and inside, their imperfect, real world was brighter and louder than any dream. The rain continued its gentle patter, a sound that usually lulled Darlene into a state of peace. But tonight, it seemed to whisper just under the threshold of hearing, a sibilant counterpoint to the rustle of Sophie's blanket fort. Darlene watched the rivulets trace paths down the windowpane, distorting the streetlights into blurry, watching eyes. She shook her head, dismissing the fancy. That was the old fear, the habit of a lifetime. It would take time to break. She stood and walked to the fort, kneeling down to peer into the entrance. Sophie was arranging a row of stuffed animals along one wall, her face a mask of concentration in the flashlight glow. "How is the real house holding up?" Darlene asked, her voice soft. Sophie looked up, her expression serious. "It is good. The roof doesn't leak. But I told the other mother that the flashlight batteries could die any minute, so it is not a good place to visit." A smile touched Darlene's lips. "That is a very real thing to say." "I know," Sophie said, with a touch of pride. She then gestured for her mother to come inside. The space was cramped and warm, smelling of clean laundry and little girl. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the rain and the hum of the house. "Mama," Sophie said, her voice small in the confined space. "What happened to the real cat, Keegan?" Darlene had not told her that part. She had ended the story with her own escape. The fate of the lanky, cynical cat had been one of the story's many loose ends she had bundled away in silence. But now, she saw that leaving things unanswered created spaces for doubt, for the story to twist and grow new, unseen branches. "He got out too," Darlene said, deciding on a truth that was both complete and kind. "He found a crack in the world and slipped back into our garden on Hemlock Lane. He lived a long, grumpy life, and he never, ever went near a small door again." Sophie nodded, satisfied. "Good." She snuggled against her mother's side. "I'd rather have a dog anyway, a real one. One that chews shoes and smells a little funny." Darlene hugged her close, the simple, flawed desire a stronger ward than any spoken charm. Later, after Sophie was asleep in her bed, the fort dismantled, Darlene went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Ben was already there, staring out the black window at his own reflection. She asked about the cat, Darlene said, leaning against the counter. Ben turned, his face thoughtful. "And you told her?" "I told her," he made it out. He nodded. "Good." He was silent for a moment. "You know, at work today, I was looking over the blueprints for the new community center, and I found a mistake, a tiny, almost invisible error in the foundation measurements. If we debuilt it like that, the whole thing would have been subtly wrong. It would have been weak." He looked at her. "That is what this feels like. We found the error. We re-correcting it." The analogy was so perfectly Ben that Darlene felt a surge of love for him. He was building a foundation for their family, with truth as his level. The following weeks turned into months. Autumn deepened, the maple trees blazing with color before shedding their leaves. The story of the other mother became a part of the family landscape, referenced with a casual familiarity that stripped it of its power. It was mentioned when a movie was too slick, when a new friend seemed a little too eager to please. It was a benchmark for authenticity. One evening in December, they were decorating the Christmas tree. The box of ornaments was a chaotic jumble of memories. Clumsy handmade ones from Sophie's preschool years, elegant glass balls from Ben's mother, a few chipped old ones from Darlene's childhood that had somehow survived. Sophie held up one of these, a faded ceramic angel with a small crack running through its wing. "This one's old, Mama." "It is," Darlene said. "My mother had that on her tree." Sophie studied it carefully, then hung it prominently on a front branch. "I like it. It's real." As Ben lifted a string of lights, a section flickered and went dark. He sighed in frustration. "Of course, every year. It's tradition," Darlene said with a laugh, and they all got down on the floor to hunt for the faulty bulb, their heads close together. In that moment, surrounded by the tang of pine and the warm glow of the working lights, the occasional pop of a burnt-out bulb felt like part of the music. It was their song, imperfect and shared. And Darlene knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that no perfect, silent, other world could ever compete with the beautiful, broken-in noise of their own. The hunt for the faulty bulb turned into a game, with Sophie giggling each time they thought they found the culprit, only for the string to stay dark. It was Ben who finally discovered the problem. Not a bulb at all, but a wire that had been nicked by the edge of the storage box. He fixed it with a piece of electrical tape, and when the entire string blazed to life, Sophie cheered as if it were a magic trick. They finished decorating the tree, and its slightly lopsided, brightly lit splendor felt like a victory. Later that night, after the house was quiet, Darlene stood by the tree, admiring their work. The cracked angel smiled serenely from its branch. She thought about her own mother, not the tired woman from the end, but the young mother who had told her stories to keep her safe, who had hung that same angel with shaking hands. She had fought her own battle, and in a way, she had won. Darlene had escaped. The legacy wasn't just the fear, it was the survival. A floorboard creaked behind her. She turned, not with a start, but with a calm expectation. It was Ben, holding 2 mugs of hot chocolate. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked, handing her a mug. "Just thinking," she said, taking a sip. The chocolate was rich and slightly too sweet, just the way she liked it. "About her?" Ben asked, his voice low. "About all of it," Darlene said. "I was thinking that we're okay. We're really going to be okay." Ben slid an arm around her waist, pulling her close. They stood together in the quiet glow of the tree, a silent testament to their messy, real life. The furnace kicked on with a rumble, a familiar, comforting sound. Outside, a cold wind rattled the window pane, but it was just the wind. It held no whispers, no promises. It was simply the weather. Darlene leaned her head against Ben's shoulder, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt the quiet not as a threat, but as a peace that they had earned. The next morning, the sun streamed through the windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The tree stood proudly in the corner, a beacon of their collective effort. Sophie came downstairs. her hair a wild tangle from sleep, and went straight to the tree, not to admire the shiny balls, but to touch the cracked angel. "Good morning, real angel," she whispered. Over pancakes that were slightly burnt on one side, they made plans for the day. It was Saturday, and they decided to go to the animal shelter. It wasn't a decision born from sudden impulse, but from months of quiet discussion. They walked through the kennels, the cacophony of barks and meows, a symphony of need and hope. Sophie didn't gravitate toward the prettiest puppy or the most graceful kitten. She stopped in front of a pen, holding a scruffy, medium-sized dog with one ear that stood up and one that flopped down. His tail thumped a hesitant rhythm against the floor. "This one," Sophie said, her voice firm. "He looks real." The dog, whose name tag read Barnaby, came home with them that afternoon. He was indeed real. He sniffed everything with intense curiosity, shed hair on the dark sofa, and later that evening chewed the corner of a throw pillow. Sophie laughed, a sound of pure delight, and told him he was a very good, very real dog. As Darlene watched her daughter teach Barnaby to sit for treat, she felt the last tight coil of fear in her chest finally begin to unwind. The story was now a tool, not a terror. It was a part of their history, a stone in the foundation of their family, but it no longer cast a shadow over their future. The house was filled with the sounds of life, imperfect and loud and theirs. The chewed pillow became a kind of relic, a testament to their new reality. Barnaby, after his initial mischief, settled into the rhythm of the house with a grateful sigh, his clumsy presence a constant, warm weight against someone's legs. He was a living, breathing bulwark against the quiet. Winter deepened, and the world outside frosted over. One afternoon, while Sophie was at a playdate, Darlene decided to finally tackle the last untouched corner of the house, the spare room that served as a catch-all for things without a home. As she sorted through old tax documents and boxes of outgrown clothes, her hand brushed against a small, flat object tucked inside a forgotten manila envelope. She pulled it out. It was a photograph, sepia-toned with age, of a house she didn't recognize. It was a tall, Victorian structure with a wraparound porch, but there was something off about its proportions, something subtly wrong that made her skin prickle. Tucked into the bottom corner of the frame was a smaller picture, a studio portrait of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. On the back, in her mother's flowing script, were the words, "My mother, Alina, the real one." Darlene sank onto the floor, the photograph trembling in her hand. She had never seen a picture of her grandmother before. Her mother had always been vague, saying she had died young. But here she was, a real person with a name. This was the anchor, the final piece of proof that the world of the other mother was a pale imitation. This was the face of the love that had been stolen, the true source of the stories meant to protect her. That evening, she showed the photograph to Ben and Sophie. "This is my grandmother," she said, her voice thick with emotion. Her name was Alina. Sophie traced the woman's face with a small finger. "She looks nice." She was, Darlene said, and though she had no memory of her, She knew it was true. She found a frame and placed the photograph on the mantelpiece, next to a picture of her own mother. 3 generations of real women, flawed and beautiful and true. Later, as she was putting Sophie to bed, Sophie pointed to the new photograph. The other mother could never look like that, could she? No, honey, Darlene said, tucking the blankets tight. She could only ever make a copy. She could never make something real. Sophie nodded, her eyes heavy with sleep. Good. Darlene turned off the light, leaving the door open a crack. Down the hall, she could hear Ben talking to Barnaby, his voice a low, comforting rumble. She walked to the living room and stood before the mantel, looking at the faces of the women who had come before her. They had fought their battles in the dark, with stories and silence. But she would fight hers in the light, with truth and noise, and a scruffy dog that chewed pillows. The story was over. Their life was just beginning. The sound of Ben's voice mingled with the soft thump of Barnaby's tail against the floorboards. Darlene did not join them immediately. She remained for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the photographs. The fear that had been a cold stone in her stomach for most of her life had not vanished, but it had transformed. It was now a quiet understanding, a respectful vigilance, like knowing the exact location of a fire extinguisher in a well-built home. She thought of the other mother not as a monster waiting in the shadows, but as a mold that could only grow in stagnation. Their life was anything but stagnant. It was a river of spilled milk, chewed pillows, burnt toast, and loud, laughing arguments over which movie to watch. It was a current too strong for any static, perfect world to gain a foothold. Ben appeared in the doorway, Barnaby at his heels. "Everything okay?" he asked, his head tilted in that familiar, caring way. "Everything is real," Darlene said, turning to him with a smile that felt effortless. He came over and wrapped his arms around her, and she breathed in the scent of his soap, and faintly of the wood varnish he'd been using in the garage. It was an ordinary, wonderful smell. Barnaby nudged her hand with his wet nose, demanding a pat. Later, as they got ready for bed, a thought occurred to Darlene. It wasn't a fearful one, but a practical one, born of her new role as a keeper of the story. She went to Sophie's room. Her daughter was fast asleep, one arm flung over her head, her breathing deep and even. On the nightstand, next to the nightlight, was a small, lumpy clay heart she had made at school. Darlene picked up a pen and a small piece of paper from the desk. She wrote a single word on it, Eleanor. She folded the paper and tucked it gently under the clay heart. It was not a protection against monsters. It was a reminder of what was real. Back in her own room, she told Ben what she had done. He nodded, understanding completely. "A foundation," he said. "Yes," she replied, "a foundation." As she drifted to sleep, the house settled around her. The wind picked up outside, whistling a tune through the eaves. It was just the wind. The floorboards creaked with the cooling night. They were just floorboards, and in the morning there would be toast, probably a little burnt, and a dog that needed walking, and a day full of ordinary, beautiful things. The door was closed. gives a thing importance, but simply closed, because what was on the other side held no interest for them anymore. Their world was here, and it was more than enough. The smell of burnt toast filled the house the next morning, a familiar, almost comforting scent. Barnaby barked at the toaster, his one floppy ear bouncing with each enthusiastic yelp. Sophie, already dressed in mismatched socks, was carefully scraping the blackest bits into the sink. "Dad burned it again," she announced, not with complaint, but with a sort of pride. "It's a tradition," Ben said, shrugging, as he slid a less jarred slice onto Darlene's plate. This, Darlene thought, was the true magic, not the absence of imperfection, but the embrace of it. The story of the other mother had become a family heirloom, not of fear, but of discernment. It was the reason Sophie chose friends who laughed with their whole bodies, not with polite, tinkling sounds. It was the reason they all preferred the slightly lumpy pottery mug to the flawless, store-bought ones. The seasons turned. Barnaby grew a little grayer around the muzzle. Sophie grew taller, her childhood fears morphosing into the more complex anxieties of a preteen. One afternoon, she came home from school quiet and withdrawn, retreating to her room without a word. Darlene gave her space, but after an hour, she climbed the stairs with 2 glasses of lemonade. She found Sophie sitting on her bed, staring at the lumpy clay heart on her nightstand. "Rough day?" Darlene asked, setting a glass down. Sophie nodded, her eyes glistening. "Some of the girls were talking about this new app. It makes your pictures perfect. It smooths everything out and makes your eyes bigger. They said I should try it." She looked at her mother, her expression raw. It felt like she would like that app. Darlene's heart ached, but it was a clean ache. This was the battle, not in a fantastical parlor, but in a middle school hallway. She put an arm around her daughter. "What did you think?" "I didn't like it," Sophie whispered. "It didn't look like me anymore. It looked like a copy." Darlene squeezed her shoulder. "Then you already know the answer." Sophie picked up the clay heart, her thumb tracing the indentation where the word Eleanor was tucked away. "Yeah," she said, a little stronger. "I do." That night, the family watched a movie together, a comedy that was charmingly full of pratfalls and awkward moments. During a quiet scene, Sophie, without taking her eyes from the screen, reached over and took Darlene's hand. Her grip was firm, no longer the small, clinging hold of a child, but the sure grasp of a young woman who understood the value of what was real. And as Darlene held her daughter's hand in the flickering light of the television, she knew the story had done its job. It had not built a wall to keep the world out. It had given them a compass, so they would never lose their way home. The compass held true through the years that followed. Sophie grew into a young woman with a clear-eyed gaze and a laugh that was sometimes too loud, a sound Darlene cherished. The photograph of Eleanor remained on the mantel, a quiet sentinel. Barnaby passed away one soft spring evening, his head in Sophie's lap, and the grief they felt was deep and real and clean. They got another dog, a rescue with a nervous habit of chasing its own tail, and and the house was never silent for long. Darlene found herself thinking of the other mother less and less, the memory fading like an old photograph left in the sun. The story had been told, and in the telling, it had lost its teeth. It was now a part of their family lore, a curious tale told at Thanksgiving when relatives asked about the origin of a particular saying, or a certain wariness of things that seemed too good to be true. It was on a visit home from college that Sophie brought it up again. She was helping Darlene clean out the attic, a task filled with dust and nostalgia. Sophie held up a small porcelain doll she'd once been terrified of, its painted smile now chipped. "You know," Sophie said, turning the doll over in her hands, "I used to think she was one of her spies. I thought those glass eyes were watching me." Darlene smiled, and now she's just a creepy old doll. Sophie laughed and placed her in the donation box, but it got me thinking about the story. I was wondering, what do you think she wanted? Really? Darlene paused, a stack of old sweaters in her arms. It was a question she hadn't considered in a long time. "I think she wanted to be loved," she said finally. But she didn't understand what love was. She thought it was about control, about making a perfect, quiet copy of a feeling. Sophie nodded, thoughtful. "Like a taxidermist," she said, "preserving the shape of something after the life has left it." The analogy was so startlingly apt that Darlene felt a chill, not of fear, but of recognition. Her daughter had understood the story on a level she never had. That evening, they all sat on the porch, watching the fireflies blink in the gathering dusk. The conversation turned to other things: Sophie's classes, Ben's upcoming retirement, the dog's latest antics. The ordinary music of their lives filled the space between them. Darlene looked at her daughter, at the strong line of her jaw and the kindness in her eyes, and she knew that the story would end with them. It would not be passed down as a warning, but as a curiosity, a strange tale from their family's past, its power diluted by generations of lived, imperfect love. The door was not just closed, it was gone, its outline weathered away by time, leaving only the solid, unbroken wall of their shared life. The fireflies pulsed like tiny, silent heartbeats in the twilight. Sophie stretched her legs out, resting her feet on the porch railing. "You know, I think I'm going to write about it," she said, her voice casual. "For my creative writing class." Darlene felt a small, unexpected jolt. About the other mother. Yeah, not as a scary story, really. More about the idea of authenticity. How we know what's real. Sophie shrugged. "It's just an idea." Ben reached over and squeezed Darlene's hand. He understood the significance. This was the final transformation. The story was no longer a secret to be guarded or a fear to be managed. It was material. It was art. "I think that's a wonderful idea," Darlene said, and she meant it. The next morning, Sophie sat at the kitchen table with her laptop, the morning light catching the dust motes in the air, just as it had on the morning they got Barnaby. Darlene moved quietly around her, making coffee, respecting her concentration. She heard the steady, determined click of the keys. She wasn't writing in fear or desperation. She was writing with purpose. Before she left to catch her train back to school, Sophie hugged Darlene tightly. "Don't worry, Mom," she whispered. "I'll do it right." After she was gone, the house felt quiet. But it was a good quiet, a restful one. Darlene wandered into the living room. Her eyes went first to the mantel, to the photograph of Alina, then to the newer pictures beside it. Sophie's graduation, their family trip to the mountains, a silly selfie of the three of them with the new dog. The story was now a thread woven into the larger tapestry, its color no longer dominant, but adding depth and contrast. She went to the window and looked out at their yard, at the familiar, slightly overgrown garden and the sturdy oak tree. The world outside was just the world. It was full of real things, chipped paint, dandelions pushing through the cracks in the path, a squirrel chattering angrily from a branch. It was their world, and it was enough. The squirrel scampered away, and Darlene turned from the window. She picked up a throw pillow, its corner still slightly frayed from Barnaby's long-ago mischief, and smiled. He fluffed it and placed it back on the sofa, a small monument to a real life lived. The phone rang, breaking the silence. It was Ben, calling from the hardware store to ask if they needed more birdseed. It was an ordinary question on an ordinary day. As she answered, her voice was light and easy. There were no more shadows lurking in the corners of her mind, no more listening for a false note in the symphony of her life. The melody was their own, and it played on, simple, true, and endlessly beautiful. The birdseed was purchased, the lawn was mowed, and the days folded into one another with a gentle rhythm. Darlene found a new sense of peace in these mundane tasks. She no longer felt the need to fill every silence, to prove the house's liveliness. The silence itself had become a comfortable companion. A few weeks later, an email arrived from Sophie with the subject line, "My story." Darlene clicked on the attachment with a heart full of a curious blend of trepidation and pride. The story was not a literal retelling. It was about a young woman who discovers a hidden, idealized city beneath her own, a place where every citizen wore a placid, identical smile. The protagonist's weapon against this suffocating perfection was not a sword or a spell, but her own messy, unpredictable heart, and the memory of her grandmother's hands, which were described as chapped from gardening and strong from years of real work. The ending was ambiguous. The perfect city not destroyed, but simply left behind, as the young woman chose to return to the world of changing weather and unpredictable emotions. Darlene read it twice, tears welling in her eyes. It was brilliant. It was theirs, and yet it was entirely Sophie's. She wrote back a simple, heartfelt response. It's perfect because it's real. Life continued its steady course. Ben retired, and they took up gardening together, bickering affectionately over the proper way to stake tomatoes. The new dog, a scruffy terrier mix named Pip, dug holes in the flower beds with joyous abandon. One autumn afternoon, Darlene was pulling out the summer annuals when her trowel hit something hard. She brushed away the damp soil and uncovered a small, smooth stone worn flat by time. It was nothing special, just a common garden stone, but as she held it, she thought of the story, of the stones that had paved the path to the other Mother S house. This stone was different. It was part of the earth. It was real. She placed it in her pocket, a simple, weighty touchstone. That night, she set it on the mantel beside a Leaner S photograph. It wasn't a trophy or a warning. It was just a rock from her garden. And that, she thought, was the whole point. The greatest victory was not in slaying the monster, but in building a life so full and genuine that the monster simply ceased to be a relevant concept. The story was over. It had been lived and understood, and finally, it had been released. The stone remained on the mantel, a quiet, unassuming object that only Darlene understood the significance of. Ben sometimes dusted around it, giving it a curious glance, but never moving it. It belonged there, a part of the landscape of their home. Years later, when Sophie brought her own daughter, Lily, to visit, the little girl was immediately drawn to the stone. She stood on her tiptoes to point at it. "Pretty rock," she said. Darlene lifted her granddaughter up. "It is pretty, isn't it? I found it in the garden." Lily reached out a chubby hand and touched its cool, smooth surface. "It feels nice." "Some things just do," Darlene said, her voice soft. She carried Lily over to the photographs. "And this is my grandmother. Her name was Alina." Lily looked at the serious-faced woman in the old picture. "She has a nice face." Darlene smiled, a deep, settled peace filling her. She did. She did not tell Lily the story. There was no need. The lesson was not in the telling anymore. It was in the living. It was in the feel of a cool stone, the smell of earth on your hands, the sound of a child's honest observation. The story had been a shield, then a compass, and now it was simply sediment, a layer of history that had settled deep beneath the foundations of their lives, giving them strength they no longer had to think about. Later, as Darlene watched Sophie push Lily on the old tire swing that hung from the oak tree, she felt Ben's hand slip into hers. Pip, now an old dog himself, snoozed at their feet. The sun was warm, the air was sweet, and the world was exactly what it appeared to be. There were no other mothers, no hidden doors, no buttons for eyes. There was only this life, imperfect and enduring, real down to its very bones. The creak of the swing chain was a familiar music, a sound that spanned generations. Lily S. delighted shrieks mixed with Sophie S. encouraging calls. Darlene leaned into Ben S.'s side, the warmth of his shoulder, a solid and constant comfort. She watched a leaf detach from the oak tree and spiral down, a perfect, fleeting dance of yellow against the blue sky. It would land on the ground and eventually become part of the soil. There was no artifice in that cycle, no desperate attempt to remain forever pristine. That night, after Sophie and Lily had gone to a hotel, the house being too small for a toddler's exuberant needs, Darlene stood once more in the quiet living room. Her eyes moved from the photograph to to the stone. She thought of Lily S.'s small hand touching it, declaring it nice. The legacy was not a tale of fear, but an instinct for the genuine. It was in the child S' unerring attraction to the real stone over 1,000 plastic glittering toys. She went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Moonlight streamed through the window, laying a silver path across the linoleum. For a split second, a trick of the light made the shadow of a chair leg look like something else, something long and thin and reaching. A ghost of a feeling, a phantom limb of fear, twinged in her stomach. But it was gone before it could even form a thought. She saw the shadow for what it was, a shadow. The world was allowed to be strange sometimes, to play tricks with the light. It didn't he mean there was something lurking behind the strangeness. The floor was just a floor. The moon was just the moon. She climbed the stairs to bed, each step a familiar, solid sound. Ben was already asleep, his breathing deep and even. She slipped under the covers and closed her eyes. The house settled around her with a series of pops and sighs, the sounds of wood and plaster responding to the cool night air. They were just sounds. They were the sounds of home. And as sleep pulled her under, Darlene S.'s last conscious thought was not a prayer or a ward, but a simple, contented acknowledgement of the day that was done and the one that would come after, sure to be filled with its own ordinary, necessary imperfections. Story 3. The silence in the old house on Hemlock Lane was not an empty silence. It was a thick, velvety thing, a presence that absorbed sound before it could be born. Julian Thorne, 12 years old and small for his age, felt it press against his eardrums the moment he stepped inside. It was the silence of a vacuum, of a place where even dust motes were afraid to dance in the sunbeams. He had been sent here by his mother with a basket of lemon poppy seed muffins, a gesture of welcome to the new neighbors. The gesture felt flimsy and absurd against the weight of this quiet. The door had been opened by a man who seemed carved from the same weathered timber as the house itself. Elliot was his name, and his eyes were the color of a faded sky, holding a tiredness that went beyond a lack of sleep. He accepted the basket with a nod that was more like a slow, mechanical lowering of the head. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice a dry rustle. "The boy is in the garden." Julian found him there, in a backyard that was more a tangle of neglected rose bushes and witchgrass than a garden. The boy was small, perhaps a year or two younger than Julian, with hair the color of frost and eyes that were too large, too pale a blue, like chips of winter ice. He was perfectly still, watching a beetle navigate a blade of grass as if it were the most fascinating drama in the world. "I am Julian," he said, his own voice startlingly loud in the muffled air. The boy looked up, a slow, deliberate motion. "I am Emma." There was no smile, no childlike curiosity, just a simple statement of fact. But in that moment, something unspooled inside Julian, a lonely thread finding a sudden, unexpected anchor. He was used to being invisible at school, a ghost drifting through the hallways between classes, a target in the concrete brutality of the playground. The other boys, led by the hulking, cruel-sharp Shane Miller, had a special talent for finding the cracks in a person. They called him Thornboy, said he was as weak and prickly as his name. Their words were stones, their laughter a physical blow. But Emma's silence felt different. It wasn't dismissive, it was absorbing. He began to visit after school, a secret pilgrimage to the house with the oppressive quiet. Elliot was always there, a shadow in a rocking chair, mending things that never seemed to stay mended, his hands moving with a weary precision. He never told Julian to leave, only watched him with those tired eyes, a silent sentinel. The house itself was a museum of stillness. There were no clocks that ticked, no refrigerators that hummed. The only sound, sometimes, was the faint, rhythmic scrape of Elliot's knife on a piece of wood, a sound like a heartbeat made of sandpaper. Julian and Emma did not play in the way other children did. They sat in the garden, and Emma would point to things. "See," she would say, her voice a soft chime in the quiet. "The shadow of that leaf is older than the tree." Or, "The earth is breathing. Can you feel it?" And Julian, who felt too much of everything, the sting of shame, the ache of loneliness, would try to feel it. And sometimes, in the deep silence of that yard, he thought he could. He brought her things: a smooth gray stone from the creek, a robin's eggshell, impossibly blue and fragile. She would take them with a solemn gravity, her small, cool fingers brushing his. She never gave anything in return except for her attention, which was absolute. It was a balm. In the fortress of her garden, the taunts of Shane Miller felt distant and insignificant, like the buzzing of a gnat. One afternoon, he arrived with a fresh bruise blooming on his cheekbone. Shane had cornered him behind the gym, his breath smelling of sour milk and malice. "Just checking if Thornboy bleeds," he sneered, driving a fist into Julian's face. The pain was bright and hot, but the humiliation was colder, deeper. Emma saw the bruise immediately, her pale eyes fixed on it, and for the first time, Julian saw a flicker of something in their icy depths. Not pity. It was sharper than that, a kind of cold recognition. She reached out, not to touch the bruise, but to hover her fingertips just above his skin. He felt a strange, localized chill. "Who?" she asked, her voice devoid of the musical quality it usually held. "It doesn't matter," Julian mumbled, looking away. A shadow passed over her face, not a cloud blocking the sun, but something more intimate, as if a shade had been drawn behind her eyes. "It matters," she said. "Blood always matters." That was the first omen. The words hung in the air between them, too heavy for a child to have spoken. Elliot, from his porch, stopped his rocking. The scraping of his knife ceased. The silence that rushed in was louder than before, charged and waiting. The next day, Shane Miller was absent from school. A whisper went through the classrooms that he had fallen from the oak tree in his backyard, broken his arm in 2 places. An accident. But Julian remembered the chill from Emma's fingers, the absolute stillness in her gaze when she spoke of blood. A coincidence, he told himself, pushing the thought down into a dark corner of his mind. But the thought had a heartbeat, and it began to pulse in time with his own. His visits to the house on Hemlock Lane became more frequent, more necessary. The normal world of school and his worried mother felt thin and unreal. The house, with its deep silence and its strange inhabitants, felt like the only solid truth. He noticed things now, details that wove themselves into a pattern of quiet dread. The way Elliot never ate, only sipped from a dark, stained mug. The way the shadows in the hallways seemed to cling to the corners with a peculiar tenacity, as if they were liquid and thick. And the smell. Sometimes, when the wind blew from a certain direction in the garden, it carried a faint, coppery scent, like old pennies or wet iron. He found a candle in the garden, half buried in the dirt. It was black and had been burned down to a nub. He picked it up. The wax was strangely cold, and it left a smudge of soot on his thumb that wouldn't he rub away. Emma appeared beside him, silent as always. "It asks for seeing," she said. "Seeing what?" Julian asked. "What the light pushes away," she replied, taking the candle from him. Her touch was like ice. She looked at the soot on his thumb. It's a reminder. The omens accumulated like dust. A dead crow appeared on the Milner's lawn across the street, its body perfectly intact, but utterly drained of blood. Old Mrs. Davison, who lived 2 houses down, told Julian S. mother over tea that her cat had refused to come inside for 3 nights, hissing and spitting at the shadows near the Thorne property line. The townsfolk of this quiet, forgettable place murmured about a strange flu going around, a lethargy that left people pale and listless. Dr. Evans mentioned an unusual number of patients with minor, unexplained cuts that were slow to heal. Julian knew. He felt the knowledge growing inside him, a cold seed taking root. He was caught in the web of it, a fly who had mistaken the spider for a friend. The horror was not a monster leaping from a closet. It was the slow, inexorable understanding that the world was not as he had been taught. It was older, darker, and hungrier, and he was now a part of its secret machinery. The revelation came on a night when the moon was a sliver of bone in a starless sky. Unable to sleep, drawn by a pull he could no longer resist, Julian slipped from his window and crept back to Hemlock Lane. The house was dark, but a faint, flickering light came from the basement window, well below the level of the garden. He knelt on the damp earth, the cold seeping through his pajamas, and peered through the grimy glass. The room below was large and stone-walled. In the center, Elliot stood over a wooden table. On it lay the body of a deer, its throat slit. The blood had been collected in a polished brass basin that gleamed in the candlelight. And there, beside the table, was Emma. She was not the quiet, ethereal child of the garden. Her posture was different, poised and ancient. Elliot dipped a finger into the basin and brought it to her lips. She consumed the offering not with animalistic greed, but with a serene, ritualistic grace. candle flame guttered, and for a moment, her shadow on the wall was not that of a little girl, but something elongated and gaunt, with fingers that tapered into sharp points. Julian stumbled back, his stomach heaving. He vomited into the rose bushes, the acid burn in his throat, a welcome pain compared to the freezing terror in his soul. He had seen the truth. Emma was not a child. She was something that wore the shape of a child, a creature of silence and shadow that fed on the vital warmth of the world. Elliot was not her grandfather. He was her caretaker, her provider, bound to her by some terrible, ancient pact. He ran home, the night air feeling like a cold slap. He did not sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling. The image of Emma and her distorted shadow burned onto the back of his eyelids. The next day, he was a ghost at school, pale and trembling. Shane Miller, his arm in a cast, gave him a wide berth, his eyes wide with a new, uncomprehending fear. Julian understood. Shane had been a warning, a lesson in the economy of blood. He avoided Hemlock Lane for a week. The loneliness returned, but it was now a different kind of loneliness, poisoned by knowledge. The world had become a flat, gray plain. He missed the silence of the garden, the intensity of Emma's gaze. He missed the feeling of being seen, even if the thing that saw him was a predator. The temptation was a whisper in his ear, a siren call from the deep, quiet house. She had chosen him. She had protected him. He went back. The garden was the same. Elliot was in his chair, his weariness now seeming like the weight of centuries. He looked at Julian, and for the first time, there was something in his eyes besides fatigue. It might have been pity. Emma was waiting by the rose bushes. She did not ask where he had been. She simply looked at him, and in her pale eyes, he saw the reflection of his own fractured soul. She knew that he knew. "You saw," she said. It was not a question. Julian nodded, his throat tight. "The light pushes things away," she continued, her voice hypnotic. "But the shadow holds them close. It remembers everything. It needs remembrance." She held out her hand. In her palm was the black candle, now lit. The flame did not dance and flicker like a normal flame. It burned straight and unwavering, a tongue of pure, cold white light. It cast no warmth. "This is my heart," she whispered. "Will you help it beat?" This was the climax. The choice, to walk back into the gray, painful world of bullies and isolation, or to step fully into this darker, truer reality, to be the prey in a herd or the companion of the hunter. Julian thought of Shane's fist, the laughter of the crowd, the crushing weight of being nobody. He thought of the absolute, terrifying peace of this garden. He thought of the candle, and the shadow, and the slow, steady heartbeat of a silence that was never really silent. He looked at Emma, at this ancient, hungry thing in the shape of a friend, and he made his choice. He reached out and took the candle. The flame did not burn him. It was cold, a shard of ice light. A profound chill traveled up his arm, settling deep in his chest, next to his own frantic heart. The world seemed to dim, the colors leaching away, the sounds becoming muffled. But he could see more clearly in this new twilight. He could see the intricate web of shadows that connected every living thing in the garden, a map of hunger and survival. He could feel the slow, patient pulse of the earth, and he understood that it was not a pulse of life, but of something much, much older. Elith, from the porch, let out a long, slow sigh. It was the sound of a door closing, of a duty passed on. The tension, which had been wound like a wire for so long, began to loosen. It did not break with a scream, but faded, diluted into the fabric of everyday life. Julian still went to school, but the taunts no longer touched him. They were like rain on a window pane, happening on the other side of a glass that had grown thick and cold. He would come home, and he would go to the house on Hemlock Lane. Sometimes, Elliot would teach him things: how to sharpen a blade to a molecular edge, how to move without a sound, which herbs could staunch a wound or deepen sleep. Months later, a new family moved in down the street. They had a son, a loud, boisterous boy who kicked rocks and shouted. One day, this boy pushed Julian off his bicycle, laughing with his friends. Julian picked himself up, his palms scraped and bleeding. He looked at the boy, not with anger, but with a calm, assessing gaze. He looked at the plump, vulnerable neck, at the rich, hot blood pulsing just beneath the skin. That evening, he stood in the stone room below the garden. The candle flame burned cold and steady. Emma stood beside him, her presence a comfort. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch like frost. "The new boy," she said, her voice a soft echo in the silent room. "He has a strong heart." Julian nodded. He looked at the polished brass basin waiting on the table. He looked at the long shadows that their two figures cast on the wall, shadows that twined together into a single, monstrous shape. He thought of the candle, and the shadow, and the slow, inevitable beat. He understood his role now. He was the remembrance. He was the keeper of the silence. Outside, the town of Oakhaven slept on, unaware of the quiet hunger in its midst. The wind rustled the leaves on the oak trees. A dog barked twice, then fell quiet. And in the deep, deep silence of the house on Hemlock Lane, a new heartbeat began, steady and cold, joining the old ones in their ancient, patient rhythm. The new boy's name was Leo. He rode a bright red bicycle, and his laughter was a sharp, grating sound that cut through the neighborhood's calm. Julian watched him from his bedroom window, his gaze detached. He noted the way Leo moved, all jerky, wasteful energy, a constant spill of life that offended the new, quiet order Julian served. The scrape on Julian's palm from the fall had already closed, leaving only a faint, silvery line. He flexed his hand, feeling the strange, cool strength that now resided in his limbs. He did not go to the house that evening. Instead, he waited. The instruction was not given in words, but in a knowing look that passed between him and Emma as he left the basement. This was to be his first solo task, a test of his resolve and his understanding. Elliot had become even more of a ghost, receding into the background of the house, his long vigil nearing its end. The responsibility was shifting. For 3 days, Julian observed Leo. He learned his routine. The boy left for school at 8:15, always running late, his backpack flapping. He returned around 3, often stopping at the corner store for a candy bar. He played loudly in his own yard, a fenced-in space that seemed flimsy and insignificant to Julian now. The fence was just wood and wire. It could not keep anything out. On the 4th day, a Thursday thick with the promise of rain, Julian acted. He waited until dusk, when the sky was a bruised purple and the streetlights flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows. He found Leo trying to retrieve a tennis ball from the storm drain in front of his house. The boy was on his knees, grunting with effort. "It has stuck," Leo said, glancing up at Julian without recognition. He saw only another kid, a potential helper. Julian knelt beside him. The air smelled of ozone and damp earth. "I can get it," he said, his voice even and calm. He reached into the drain, his fingers not fumbling for the ball, but instead closing around a cold, smooth object he had placed there earlier. It was a river stone, dark and flat, that Emma had given him. It felt like a shard of night. "Hey, you got it?" Leo asked, his voice too loud in the twilight. Julian pulled his hand out, holding the stone. He looked at Leo. "It's not a ball you need," he said. "It's quiet." Leo stared at him, confusion twisting his features. What are you talking about?" Julian didn't answer. He simply held the stone out, and as Leo, bewildered, reached for it, their fingers touched. A jolt passed between them, not of electricity, but of an intense, sudden cold. Leo gasped, his eyes widening. The boisterous light in them flickered and dimmed. He swayed on his knees, a marionette with its strings cut. "It's okay," Julian whispered, his voice the only sound in the sudden hush that had fallen around them. The distant bark of a dog, the hum of a car, all of it faded, absorbed by the velvety silence that now emanated from Julian himself. The quiet isn't empty. It's full. He helped the dazed boy to his feet and led him away from the street, toward the looming silhouette of the house on Hemlock Lane. The back gate was unlocked. They moved through the tangled garden, the rose thorns catching on Leo's jacket, but not on Julian's clothes. It was as if the shadows themselves parted for him. Elliot was waiting by the basement door. He looked at Julian, then at the listless boy beside him. He gave a single, slow nod, and there was something in his faded eyes that might have been grief, or perhaps just the final surrender of a long-held burden. He opened the door. The descent into the stone room was like diving into deep water. The air grew colder, heavier. Emma was there, standing by the table. The brass basin gleamed. She smiled at Julian, a real smile this time, not an imitation of a child's expression, but a thing of sharp, ancient beauty. "You did well," she said. Her voice was a melody played on frozen strings. Leo made a small, weak sound of protest as Elliot guided him to the table. The struggle was brief, a final flicker of the loud, bright life he had lived. Then he was still, his eyes open, but seeing nothing of this world. Julian did not look away. He watched as Emma performed the ritual, her movements fluid and practiced. He saw the shadow on the wall, their three figures merged into one great, dark shape. He felt the cold flame of the candle inside him burn a little brighter, a little steadier. There was no horror left in him, only a solemn certainty. This was the balance. This was the remembrance. Later, after the basin had been emptied and cleaned, after Leo had been returned to the edge of his property, where he would be found confused and pale with no memory of the event, just a lingering anemia that would puzzle the doctor, Julian stood with Emma in the garden. The rain had begun to fall, a soft, pattering sound that the silence of the house swallowed whole. "He will be quiet now," Emma said, looking up at the dark sky. "Yes," Julian replied. He was no longer Julian Thorne, the invisible boy. He was the keeper of the candle, the guardian of the silence. The house on Hemlock Lane was not a place of horror to him anymore. It was home. And as the town slept, unaware, the quiet hunger was fed, and the ancient rhythm beat on, one more heartbeat joining the chorus in the dark. The change in Leo was subtle but absolute. He no longer shouted or kicked rocks. He walked to school with a slow, measured pace, his eyes fixed on the ground as if searching for something he had lost. The other kids quickly lost interest in him, the spark that had made him a target, and then a source of annoyance, was gone. He was just another quiet boy like Julian. Dr. Evans diagnosed a summer virus, a lingering fatigue, and prescribed rest. Julian watched it all from a distance, a strange, hollow feeling in his chest that was not quite pride and not quite regret. It was simply the weight of the work. Elliot died with the first frost. There was no funeral, no announcement. One day, he was simply gone from his chair on the porch. Julian found Emma standing in the garden, looking at the empty seat, the wood weathered and gray. "His time was finished," she said, and that was all. There was no sadness in her voice, only a statement of fact, like noting that a leaf had fallen. The house became theirs alone. Julian S. mother, wrapped in her own worries, never questioned his long absences. To her, he was just a quiet boy who kept to himself, and she was grateful he was no longer a target for bullies. She didn't see the new stillness in him, the way his eyes sometimes seemed to reflect a light that wasn't there. The years turned, each season a cycle of quiet observance. Julian learned to listen to the whispers of the town, to feel the subtle shifts in its vitality. He could sense a rising aggression in a man who beat his dog, a feverish gossip on the lips of a woman at the grocery store. These were imbalances, flares of chaotic energy that threatened the quiet order. They were not always candidates for the basin. Sometimes, a smaller intervention was enough. A dead bird placed on a windowsill, a specific herb slipped into a tea. A whispered suggestion in the dark. These things could steer a life back toward the necessary silence. Emma did not age. She remained the pale, ethereal child in the garden, while Julian grew into a tall, gaunt young man. The cold flame inside him had settled, a permanent winter in his veins. He rarely spoke to anyone outside the house. His purpose was his identity. One afternoon in late autumn, a for sale sign was hammered into the lawn of the house directly opposite theirs. A young couple moved in, full of the loud, messy energy of new beginnings. They painted the walls bright colors and played music with a thumping bass that was an affront to the perpetual hush of Hemlock Lane. The woman was pregnant, her belly swollen with a life that radiated a heat Julian could feel from across the street. It was a blazing, untamed fire. Emma stood at the living room window for hours, watching them. Her expression was unreadable. "That life is too loud," she said one evening, her voice barely a breath. "It will disturb the balance. The shadow cannot hold if the light burns so brightly." Julian felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He knew what she was implying. It was different from Leo, different from the angry man or the gossiping woman. This was a life unborn, a potentiality. The silence required was absolute. There must be another way, he heard himself say. The words felt foreign on his tongue. He had not questioned her in years. Emma turned from the window, her pale eyes fixing on him. The room grew colder. The light pushes away. The shadow holds. It is the first law. You know this. I do, Julian said. But for the first time since he had taken the candle, a memory surfaced, sharp and painful. The feeling of the sun on his skin, real warmth, not the cold imitation of the flame inside him. He thought of the couple's laughter, foolish and fleeting, but entirely their own. That night, he was tasked with acquiring a token from the couple's house, a lock of hair, or a piece of clothing, something to tie the ritual to them. He slipped across the street, a shadow among shadows. The back door was unlocked. He moved through their kitchen, a place cluttered with cookbooks and unwashed mugs, alive with the scent of garlic and coffee. It was so different from the sterile silence of his own home. He found a hairbrush in the bathroom upstairs. Strands of the woman's brown hair caught in the bristles. As he reached for it, a floorboard creaked down the hall. The bedroom door opened, and the man stood there, squinting with sleep. "Hello," he called out, his voice thick and confused. "Is someone there?" Julian froze, the hairbrush in his hand. He could have melted into the darkness, could have been a dream. But he didn't. He stood still, allowing the man to see his outline in the dim light from the window. The man fumbled for a switch, and light flooded the hallway. He was young, his face open and alarmed. "Who are you? What are you doing in our house?" He took a step forward, not with aggression, but with a protective instinct that was almost tangible. Julian looked at him, and then past him, into the bedroom where the pregnant woman slept, her form a gentle mound under the blankets. The blazing heat of the life within her was a beacon. He looked back at the man, at his fierce, simple love, and the cold flame inside Julian flickered. He dropped the hairbrush. It clattered on the tile floor. "I am sorry," Julian said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, rusty from disuse. "I was mistaken." He turned and walked down the stairs, not hurrying, feeling the man's stunned gaze on his back. He walked out the door and back across the street to the waiting silence of the house on Hemlock Lane. He knew what he had done. He had broken the law. Emma was waiting for him in the stone room. The candle was lit, its cold flame casting long, accusing shadows. She did not look angry. She looked curious. "You did not bring the token," she stated. "No," Julian said. "The light is too strong. It must be balanced." Julian looked at the basin, at the shadows on the wall that were now his and his alone. He thought of the endless, silent years stretching before him, the relentless consumption required to maintain the quiet. He thought of the child who would never know the sun. "No," he said again, and this time the word was final. Emma tilted her head. "The silence chose you. You cannot unchoose it." "I think I can," Julian whispered. He looked at the candle, at the heart of the silence. And then he did the one thing he had never dared to do. He closed his eyes, and with every ounce of will left in his thawing soul, he imagined warmth. He imagined the sun. He focused on the memory of its heat, on the sound of real laughter, on the messy, vibrant chaos of life. A sound filled the stone room, a sound that had not been heard there in centuries. It was a sharp, clear crack. The flame of the black candle sputtered and died. The darkness that rushed in was not the comfortable, holding darkness of the shadow. It was empty. It was nothing. When Julian opened his eyes, Emma was gone. The stone room was just a cold, damp basement. The house above him felt like a shell, a corpse. The silence was broken. He was alone. And outside, the first light of dawn was beginning to touch the windows of the house across the street, where a new day, loud and unpredictable, was about to begin. The walk back to his own house was the longest of his life. The air felt thin, insubstantial. Every sound was an assault, the chirping of a sparrow, the rumble of a distant garbage truck, the sound of his own footsteps on the pavement. They were raw and grating, without the soft blanket of silence to absorb them. He pushed open the front door, and the hinges screamed. The house was different. It was just a house now, an old, empty structure smelling of dust and decay. The presence that had filled it, the ancient, patient intelligence, had vanished. He went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet. The water gushed out, loud and shocking. He splashed his face, and the water was cold, a simple, physical cold, not the deep, soul-chilling cold he had lived with for so long. He looked at his hands, expecting them to wither, to turn to dust. They remained solid and real. He was still here. Across the street, a light came on. He saw the man, the one from the night before, moving in the kitchen, making coffee. A few minutes later, the woman joined him, her hand resting on her swollen belly. They were talking. He couldn't hear the words, but he could see the easy way they moved around each other. A wave of something hot and sharp washed over him. It was regret, and beneath it, a terrifying, exhilarating sense of freedom. He had to leave. There was no question. The house was a tomb, and he could not stay in it. He climbed the stairs to his old room. The bed was still there, the desk. They were relics from a life that belonged to someone else. He found a backpack in the closet and filled it with a few items of clothing, a toothbrush, the little money he had saved from odd jobs. He did not look back as he walked out of the house on Hemlock Lane for the last time. He walked to the edge of Oakhaven, to the bus station that served the long-haul routes. The sun was fully up now, warming the back of his neck. The sensation was almost painful. He bought a ticket for the next departing bus, not caring about the destination. As he stood on the platform, a woman bumped into him, her arms full of groceries. "Sorry," she said, flustered. A bag of oranges spilling onto the ground. Julian knelt and helped her gather them. His fingers brushed against the bright, pebbled skin of the fruit. It felt alive. "Thank you," she said, smiling at him. Her eyes were warm. He nodded, unable to speak. The bus arrived with a hiss of brakes and a cloud of diesel exhaust. The smell was foul and wonderful. He found a seat by a window and watched as Oakhaven receded, the familiar streets and trees shrinking into insignificance. He saw the green canopy that hid Hemlock Lane, and for a moment he thought he saw a pale, small figure standing at the edge of the woods, watching him go. But when he blinked, there was nothing there. The bus gained speed, carrying him away from the silence and the shadows. The world outside the window was a blur of color and motion, loud and bright and terribly fragile. He had broken the rhythm. He had extinguished the flame. He did not know what would happen now, what would become of the quiet hunger he had left behind. He only knew that he was free of it. He was Julian Thorne again, alone on a bus, heading into the noisy, uncertain dawn. The emptiness inside him was no longer cold. It was just empty. And for now, that was enough. The bus ride was a long, rattling journey into a world he had forgotten. He got off in a city he did not know. The noise of it, a physical wall that made him flinch. Car horns, shouting. The relentless beat of music from open windows. It was chaos. He found a cheap room in a boarding house where the walls were thin, and he could hear every cough and conversation from his neighbors. He could not remember how to sleep without the deep, encompassing silence of the house on Hemlock Lane. The first night, he lay awake until sunrise, his nerves frayed by the cacophony of ordinary life. He found work washing dishes in a restaurant kitchen, a job that required no conversation. The heat from the industrial steamer was a shock, a real, sweating heat that had nothing to do with the cold flame he had carried for so long. He kept to himself, a tall, quiet man who made the other employees uneasy. They sensed a strangeness about him, a stillness that was more than just shyness. Weeks turned into months. The sharp edge of his freedom began to dull, replaced by a dull ache of dislocation. He was a ghost walking among the living, unable to connect. He would see families in the park, hear their laughter, and feel a pang of something that was neither envy nor regret, but a profound sense of being an outsider. He had chosen this, but he did not know how to live it. One rainy evening, walking back to his room, he saw a child's red ball roll into the street. A little boy, no older than Leo had been, ran after it without looking. The action was so familiar, an echo from another life. Without thinking, Julian lunged forward, his body moving with an old, instinctual speed. He grabbed the boy by the back of his jacket and pulled him onto the curb as a taxi sped past, horn blaring. The boy's mother rushed over, her face white with terror. She scooped the child into her arms, sobbing her thanks to Julian. The boy was crying loud, healthy sobs of fright. Julian stood there, his heart hammering in a way it hadn't in years. The sound of the child's cries was piercing, but it was a sound of life, of a future that was still possible. Later that night, staring at the water-stained ceiling of his room, he understood. He had not just been keeping a silence, he had been preventing moments like that. He had been ensuring that near misses became tragedies, that vibrant lives were dimmed to a manageable murmur. The balance was a lie. It was control. The thought should have horrified him, but it didn't. It just was. He began to notice things, subtle signs he would have recognized before. A man in the apartment below him drank too much, his rage building pressure. A woman who worked at the corner store had a cough that was more than a cough, a weakness in her light. In his previous life, he would have noted them as imbalances. Now, he saw them simply as people. He did nothing. The man got into a fight and was arrested. The woman closed the store for a week and returned, pale but smiling. The world, in its loud and messy way, continued on its own. He was in a library one afternoon, looking for a book, when he felt a familiar coldness. It was a whisper of the old silence, a thread of shadow in the bright, dusty air. He turned slowly. A young girl, no more than 10, was sitting alone at a table reading. She was perfectly still, her presence so quiet it was almost a void. And he knew, with a certainty that chilled his bones, that she was not alone. A presence was with her, faint but unmistakable. It was patient. It was waiting. Julian left the library, his hands trembling. He had thought he had broken it, that he had killed the silence when he killed the flame. But he was wrong. The silence was not a single candle in a single house. It was a pattern, an entity that found new vessels, new keepers. It was eternal. His rebellion had been a single note of dissonance in an endless, quiet song. He walked for hours, the city noise fading into a background hum. He came to a stop on a bridge overlooking a dark river. The water moved slowly, a black ribbon under the moonless sky. He thought of the girl in the library, of the choice that lay before her. He thought of Emma, of Elliot, of himself. He had believed he was choosing between silence and noise. But now he saw a third path. It was not about maintaining the silence or embracing the chaos. It was about bearing witness. He could not destroy the silence, but he could remember its cost. He could be a warning. He could be a reminder that for some, the sun was worth any price. He turned his back on the river and started the long walk home. He was not returning to Oakhaven, to the house on Hemlock Lane. That chapter was closed, but he was no longer running away. He was simply moving forward, a man with a story that could not be told, a keeper of a different kind of quiet. The emptiness inside him was still there, but it was no longer just empty. It was filled with the echoes of all the sounds he had once been tasked to suppress, and that, he decided, was a silence he could live with. The next day, he quit his job at the restaurant. The manager shrugged, uninterested, and handed him his final pay in a greasy envelope. Julian used the money to buy a sturdy notebook and a pen. He found a quiet corner in a public park, not the deep, hungry quiet of the old silence, but the simple quiet of a place between the sounds of the city. He opened the notebook to the first page and began to write. He started with Leo. He wrote down every detail he could remember: the color of his shirt, the sound of his laugh, the terrible, final stillness of his small body in the Basin S shadow. He wrote about Elliot, about the weathered gray wood of the empty seat. He wrote about the cold flame and the way it felt to finally imagine the sun. He did not know who would ever read it. Perhaps no one. The act of writing was not for an audience. It was an act of defiance. It was a way of saying that these things had happened, that these lives had been taken, and that their absence mattered. He was creating a record of the silence, a testament to its price. Weeks passed, and the notebook filled. He found a new job, this time as a night watchman in a museum. The halls were vast and dark, filled with the relics of other times. It suited him. He would make his rounds, his footsteps echoing, and then return to his post to write. He began to notice patterns in his own story, clues he had missed. Emma had never aged, but she had not always been there. She had arrived, he remembered, after the previous keeper. An old man he had barely known had disappeared. The silence did not die, it migrated. It found a new anchor, a child who was lonely or quiet, or who had experienced a loss that made the promise of a purpose, of a special, secret power, irresistible. One night during his rounds, he saw her again. Or rather, he felt her. A chill seeped from a closed gallery dedicated to ancient textiles. He pushed the door open slowly. The girl from the library was there, standing perfectly still before a display of a funeral shroud. She was not alone. A faint, shimmering outline hovered beside her, a form of condensed shadow that he recognized instantly. It was the silence, taking shape, beginning its instruction. The girl turned. Her eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a solemn awe. She saw Julian, and for a moment, their gazes locked. He saw the loneliness in her, the desire to be chosen, to be important. He saw the seed being planted. He could have spoken. He could have shouted a warning, told her to run. But he knew it would be useless. The silence-s pull was subtle and strong. A shouted warning would only seem like the ravings of a madman. Instead, he did nothing. He simply looked at her and let her see the profound sorrow in his own eyes. He let her see the cost. It was all he could offer. He turned and walked away, leaving her with the shimmering shadow. He went back to his post and opened his notebook. He wrote about the girl. He described the funeral shroud, the dim light of the gallery, the exact shade of her lonely eyes. He was not stopping the silence, but he was remembering it. He was ensuring that someone, somewhere, knew that it was happening again. He never saw the girl after that night. A month later, he read a small article in the local paper about a young girl who had gone missing from a library. The description matched her. The police were baffled. There were no signs of a struggle, no evidence of foul play. She had simply vanished. Julian cut out the article and taped it to the last page of his notebook. He felt a familiar coldness in his heart, but it was not the cold of the flame. It was the chill of grief. He had not saved her, but he had witnessed her. He had recorded her story. He continues his work as a night watchman. He walks the silent halls, a tall, gaunt man with a past that is written down in a series of cheap notebooks stacked in his small room. He is a keeper of a different kind of quiet now, the quiet of memory. The world is still loud and bright and painful, and he is still an outsider. But he is no longer running. He is watching. He is waiting. And he is writing it all down. The city changed with the seasons, the summer heat giving way to a crisp autumn that turned the leaves in the park to flame. Julian bought a new notebook. The old one was full, a dense chronicle of loss that he stored in a cardboard box under his bed. He began the new one with the falling leaves, describing the way they scraped against the pavement with a sound like whispers. He was becoming an archivist of the mundane, finding that by documenting the ordinary noise of the world, he could somehow dilute the potency of the silence he carried within. He started taking a different route to work, past a small music school. The sound of children fumbling through scales on out-of-tune pianos and squeaky violins became a part of his evening. At first, it was an irritation, a jangle on his raw nerves. But over time, he began to discern the effort behind the noise, the halting progress toward something resembling a melody. He never wrote about the music school. It felt too private, too sacred to pin down with words. One evening, as he passed, he saw a boy of about 7 sitting on the steps, crying quietly into his knees. A violin case lay beside him. Julian stopped. The old instinct to observe and not interfere was strong. But the newer instinct, the one that had made him lunge for the child in the street, was stronger. Did the lesson not go well? Julian asked, his voice still unfamiliar to himself in these kinds of exchanges. The boy looked up, startled. He had a smattering of freckles across his nose. "I can get it right," he sniffled. "It just sounds bad." Julian sat down on the step beside him, leaving a careful space between them. "It's supposed to sound bad at first," he said. "That's how you know you ray learning." The boy wiped his nose on his sleeve. "How do you know?" "I used to know someone," Julian said. looking not at the boy, but at the traffic going by. He was learning something very difficult, too. He was thinking of Elliot, of the careful, patient way he had carved the wood, the countless failed attempts before the swing took its perfect shape. Did he get it right? The boy asked. Yes, Julian said, he did. The boy seemed to consider this. He picked up his violin case. My mom's late. They sat in silence for a few minutes. A comfortable, human silence, not the deep silence of the stone room. When the boy's mother arrived, flustered and apologetic, the boy stood and looked at Julian. Thanks, he said, and then he ran to his mother's car. Julian watched them drive away. A strange feeling bloomed in his chest, a sensation so foreign he almost didn't recognize it. It was a simple, uncomplicated warmth. He had not changed anything monumental. He had not broken a cycle or saved a soul from the silence. He had simply offered a few words of comfort to a crying child. The world felt no different, but he did. That night, during his rounds, he paused in the Egyptian wing before a case containing a shard of pottery. A single, stylized eye was painted on it, a ward against evil. He thought about tokens and balances, about the grand, cruel economy of the silence. His life now was not about balance. It was about small, insignificant deposits, a moment of comfort on a step, a recorded memory in a notebook. They were things, but they were his. He returned to his post and opened the new notebook. He did not write about the boy or the violin. Some moments were not for recording. Some moments were just for living. He wrote instead about the eye on the pottery, about the ancient human desire to be seen and protected. The museum around him was hushed, the only sound the soft scratch of his pen. It was a quiet he could endure. It was a quiet he had chosen. The following week, a new exhibit opened on the museum's top floor. It was a collection of antique clocks, their faces a pale, silent crowd in the dim light. Julian found the room unsettling. The clocks were frozen, their hands stopped at various hours, a congregation of dead time. He avoided it during his rounds when he could. One night he could not. A sensor indicated a door was ajar. When he entered the clock room, the air was colder than it should have been. In the center of the room, a tall, grandfather clock stood with its pendulum still, and standing before it was a man. He was gaunt, with a stillness Julian knew intimately. He was not looking at the clock's face, but into the dark, glass-paneled depths of its body. The man turned. His eyes were hollow, the eyes of someone who has listened to silence for a very long time. He looked at Julian, and a flicker of recognition passed between them. A silent communication of shared knowledge. It is a fine mechanism, the man said, his voice a dry rustle. But it is out of balance. Julian said nothing. He simply waited. You have left your post, the man stated, not as an accusation, but as a fact. I have, Julian replied. The man nodded slowly, turning back to the clock. The quiet remains. It always does. It finds a new keeper. It always will. I know, Julian said. Do you feel it? the man asked, his hand hovering near the clock S still pendulum. The pull. Even now, from here, I can feel the imbalance in this city. A child is sick in a building 3 blocks east. A man is drowning his sorrows 2 blocks north. The threads are loose. They could be trimmed. The noise could be softened. Julian felt the old impulse, the cold, analytical assessment of lives as problems to be solved. He acknowledged it, and then let it pass. "Let them be loud," he said. The man looked at him, a trace of pity in his hollow eyes. "You have chosen a noisier prison, that is all." He reached into the clock and with a gentle touch set the pendulum in motion. It began to swing with a slow, heavy tick. Tock, tick, tock. The sound was profound, measuring the silence around it. "I must attend to my duties," the man said. He walked past Julian and out of the room, his footsteps making no sound. Julian was left alone with the ticking clock. The sound was both a comfort and a warning. He was not unique. He was a link in a chain. His rebellion was his own, but the silence was eternal. He finished his round and returned to his post. He did not write about the encounter. The keeper was part of the pattern, and the pattern was not what he wished to record. He picked up his pen. He began to write about the sound of the violin from the music school, the determined, clumsy notes fighting their way into the world. He described the stubborn resilience of it, the beautiful, awkward noise of a child trying to make music. He filled the page with the sounds he loved, a different kind of balance, a weight against the quiet. The grandfather clock ticked on in the distance, a steady, patient rhythm. But here, in the pool of light at his desk, there was only the scratch of his pen, a sound that was finally, truly, his own. The encounter with the other keeper left a residue on his days, a faint film of dread that would not wash away. It was the pity in the man's eyes that haunted him most. Julian had thought his choice was one of strength, a defiant embrace of life's chaos. The keeper had seen it as a failure of nerve, a capitulation to a different, more common kind of suffering. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night shift, Julian wondered if the man was right. He continued his walks, his notebooks, his small, deliberate acts of noticing. He learned the name of the woman at the corner store. It was Anya. He started buying his morning coffee from her, and they would exchange a few words about the weather. It was nothing, a transaction millions of people had every day. But for Julian, each word was a stone placed carefully on a scale, countering the immense weight of the things he could not say. One Tuesday, Anya was not there. A young man Julian didn't recognize was behind the counter, his face grim. The store felt different, the light thinner. Julian bought his coffee and asked after Anya. The young man, her nephew, told him she was in the hospital. The cough had gotten worse. The doctors were running tests. Julian stood on the sidewalk outside the store, the paper cup warm in his hand. He felt the old knowledge rise in him, the cold, geometric certainty. He could picture the hospital, the room, the weakness in her light. He knew, with the same instinct instinct that had once told him which thread to sever, that this was a thread that would soon be cut. The balance of it was clear, inevitable. The keeper he had met would have noted it and moved on, his duty done. But Julian did not move on. He went to the public library and looked up the visiting hours for the city hospital. The next afternoon, he found himself walking down a bright, antiseptic-smelling hallway. Clutching a small bunch of flowers he felt foolish for buying. He found her room. She was propped up on pillows, looking small and tired, but her eyes brightened when she saw him. "Julian, what are you doing here?" she asked, her voice raspy. "I heard you were unwell," he said, placing the flowers on the bedside table. They looked absurdly vibrant against the sterile white. They talked for a while about nothing important. She complained about the food, joked about the nurses. He listened, and for the first time, he did not hear the ticking clock of her condition. He just heard her voice. He was not there to observe an imbalance. He was there to visit a friend. As he was leaving, she reached out and touched his hand. Her skin was papery and cool. "Thank you for coming," she said. "It gets lonely in here." He nodded, unable to speak around the sudden tightness in his throat. He walked out of the hospital and into the cacophony of the city. The noise was no longer an assault, it was a shield. Anya died a week later. Julian read the notice in the paper. He went to her funeral, standing at the back of the small chapel, listening to the messy, grieving sounds of her family. He did not write about it in his notebook. He simply stood there, bearing witness to the noisy, complicated truth of a life ending. It was not quiet. It was not balanced. It was real. That night, during his rounds, he deliberately walked through the gallery of clocks. The grandfather clock was still ticking, its sound a metronome for the silence. Julian stopped before it. He looked into the dark space behind the glass, at the swinging pendulum. Then he did something he had not done since he was a child. He reached out and laid his palm flat against the polished wood of the clock case. He felt the vibration of the mechanism, a steady, physical pulse traveling up his arm. It was not the cold of the flame. It was the warmth of life, captured and measured. It was a sound made physical. He stood there for a long time, his hand on the clock, feeling its stubborn, rhythmic beat against his skin, a counterpoint to the silence, a proof that even in the deepest quiet, something could still pulse with time. He left his hand there until the vibration was not just in his arm, but in his bones, a part of his own rhythm. Then he continued his round, the echo of the ticking following him down the marble halls. He did not feel haunted by it anymore. It was simply another sound in the world, a reminder that time moved forward, accumulating moments both quiet and loud. A few nights later, he noticed a new visitor to the museum. Not a ghost or a keeper, but a young woman who came every Thursday evening, just before closing. She would spend exactly 1 hour in the pre-Columbian pottery gallery, standing before a particular funerary urn with an expression of intense concentration. Julian, from his post, could see her on the security monitor. He watched her, not with the old predatory instinct, but with with a simple curiosity. She was a pattern, and he had become a collector of patterns. One Thursday, a sudden, violent summer storm lashed against the museum's windows. The power flickered, and the emergency lights cast a dim, orange glow. The few visitors hurried out, but the young woman remained, seemingly oblivious. When closing time came, she was still there. Julian made his final round, his flashlight beam cutting through the strange half-light. He found her in the pottery gallery, standing exactly as she always did. "The museum is closed," he said, his voice gentle. She jumped, turning toward him. She had a sharp, intelligent face, and her eyes were red-rimmed. "I am sorry. I lost track of time. The storm," Julian said by way of explanation. "You should wait until it passes. It's not safe to go out in that." She nodded, wrapping her arms around herself. They stood in the eerie quiet, the only sound the drumming of rain on the glass roof high above. Julian's gaze drifted to the funerary urn she had been studying. It was etched with intricate, spiraling patterns that seemed to tell a story. "It's a story of passage," the woman said, noticing his interest. "The journey to the underworld. My brother was an archaeologist. This was his favorite piece." Julian looked at her, at the grief etched on her face, and he understood. He was not the only one who kept records. "He is gone. A year ago," she said. "He loved the quiet in here. He said it was the only place he could think." She gave a small, sad laugh. "I come here to feel close to him. I guess that sounds silly." "No," Julian said, "it does not." He led her back to the security post, where the lights were steady. He made her a cup of tea on a small hot plate, and they waited out the storm. Her name was Clara. She talked about her brother, his passion for lost civilizations, his terrible sense of humor. Julian listened, and for the first time, he felt a desire to speak, not to warn or to record, but to share. He did not tell her about the silence, or the basin, or the keepers, but he told her about Leo, about the way a single, lost life could leave a hole in the world. He spoke of memory as an act of preservation. When the storm subsided, Clara prepared to leave. She thanked him, not just for the tea, but for listening. "It's strange," she said at the door. "I feel like my brother sent you. A night watchman for lost things." Julian watched her walk away into the damp, gleaming night. He thought about the paths that cross, the stories that intertwine. He was not a keeper of silence anymore, nor was he just a witness to noise. He was a point of contact, a node in a vast, invisible network of grief and remembrance. He returned to his desk and opened his notebook. This time, he did not write about the past. He wrote about the present. He wrote about the sound of rain on a glass roof, and the warmth of a shared cup of tea, and the quiet understanding between two strangers who had both learned how to carry the weight of an absence. The pen moved easily, the words flowing not from a place of defiance, but from a place of connection. The night stretched on, quiet and deep, but he was no longer alone in it. The next Thursday, Julian found himself watching the door an hour before closing. When Clara arrived, she smiled at him, a brief, acknowledging gesture that felt like a secret handshake. He watched her on the monitor as she went to the pottery gallery, but his focus was different now. He wasn't observing a pattern of grief. He was watching a person he had come to know. When the museum emptied, he made his way to her, not to usher her out, but to stand beside her before the urn. "The spirals," he said, his voice low in the quiet hall. "Do they have a meaning?" Clara looked surprised, then pleased. He thought they represented the soul's journey, not a straight line, but a winding path, full of doubling back and new discoveries. She pointed to a particular twist in the design. He said this was the moment of acceptance. They stood in companionable silence for a while. Then she turned to him. "There's a calf around the corner. Their hot chocolate is excessive. Would you like to get one sometime? When you are not on duty, of course." The invitation was simple, yet it felt monumental. It was a thread thrown from her world to his, an offer of a connection that existed outside the hushed halls of memory and artifacts. Julian felt a flicker of the old fear, the instinct to retreat into the safety of solitude. But he also felt the steady, ticking vibration of the clock, a reminder that time was moving, and so must he. "Yes," he said, "I would like that." He walked her to the door at closing time, the ritual now familiar. As she left, she said, "See you next week, Julian." The words were ordinary, but they settled inside him with a profound warmth. That weekend, they met at the cafe. The hot chocolate was, as promised, excessive. A thick, rich concoction topped with whipped cream. They talked for 2 hours. He learned about her work as a translator, about her love for obscure languages. She asked him about the museum, and he found himself telling her about the small, odd details he loved. The way the dust motes danced in the morning light of the Renaissance Hall, the specific smell of old paper in the archives, the peaceful expression on the face of a particular marble bust. He was sharing his archive of the mundane, and she was listening, truly listening. It was not a dramatic shift. There were no grand declarations, but something fundamental had altered in Julian's existence. His life was no longer a solitary vigil. It had become a conversation. He continued his nightly rounds, his notebooks, his observations. But now, when he wrote about the sound of leaves or the quality of the light, he sometimes imagined telling Clara about them. The silence he carried was still there, but it was no longer a void. It was a space that could be filled with the sound of another person's voice. One evening, as he patrolled the Egyptian wing, he stopped again before the shard with the painted eye. He thought of the ancient desire for protection, to be seen by some benevolent force. He realized he no longer felt the need for a ward. He was building his own protection, not from artifacts or silence, but from fragile human things. A shared cup of chocolate, a conversation in a gallery, the promise of a next week. He touched the cool glass of the display case, not in supplication, but in solidarity with the long-ago artist who had made this mark, this attempt to say, I was here. Julian was here too. And for the first time in a very long time, that felt like enough. The museum around him was quiet, but it was a quiet full of potential, waiting for the next word, the next sound, the next connection to be made. The following Thursday, Clara did not come. Julian watched the door until well after the time she usually arrived, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. He told himself it was nothing. A late meeting, a forgotten appointment. But the absence felt louder than any presence. During his final round, he stood for a long time in the pottery gallery, the empty space where she usually stood feeling like a reproach. He had allowed himself to depend on a pattern, and the pattern had broken. He was unlocking the staff entrance the next morning when a folded piece of paper fluttered from the doorframe. It was a note, written in a precise, elegant hand. Julian, I am so sorry I missed our visit. A work crisis sent me out of town unexpectedly. I'm back now. The caf tomorrow at 3. Clara. The relief was so physical, it made him lean against the cool stone of the doorway. He folded the note carefully and placed it in his pocket, next to his pen. It was just a piece of paper, but it was also a confirmation. The connection was real, and it was resilient enough to survive a missed Thursday. The next afternoon at the caf, Clara was already there, looking tired but smiling. She apologized again, explaining a last-minute translation job for a legal firm that had required her to travel. It was all very dramatic and confidential, she said, stirring her coffee. But terribly boring, really. I much preferred thinking about the museum. They fell back into their easy conversation. As they were leaving, Clara hesitated on the sidewalk. My brother, she said. He left me his apartment. I've been clearing it out slowly. There are boxes and boxes of his research notes. I was wondering, would you mind taking a look? You have a way of seeing things. Maybe you'd see something I've missed. Julian felt a tremor of the old caution. To enter someone else's private world of loss was a profound intimacy. But he also felt a surge of gratitude for the trust she was placing in him. I would be honored, he said. The apartment was on a quiet street, filled with light and the ghost of scholarly clutter. Boxes were stacked against the walls, but the place felt loved, not abandoned. Clara led him to a desk where she had laid out a series of notebooks and loose-leaf pages covered in her brother's tight, energetic script. There were notes on the funerary urn, but they went far beyond the museum's placard. He had traced the spiral motif across continents and centuries, linking it to myths from cultures that should have had no contact. He believed in a deep, shared language of symbols, Clara said softly, watching Julian handle the pages with a reverence she recognized. He thought the spirals weren't just about death, but about a shared human consciousness. Julian spent the afternoon there, not as a keeper assessing a life, but as a student learning from one. He saw the brother not as a ghost, but as a mind passionate and brilliant. When he finally looked up, the afternoon light had faded to gold. Clara was watching him, her expression unreadable. "Thank you," she said, "for seeing him." Walking home, Julian felt the city around him not as a collection of isolated noises, but as a tapestry of stories, all interwoven like the spirals on the urn. He was no longer on the outside, looking in. He was a thread in the design. That night, in the deep quiet of the museum, the silence felt different. It was no longer an absence to be endured or a force to be resisted. It was simply the space between the notes, the necessary quiet that made the music possible. He picked up his pen and he began to write. The words came more easily than ever before, describing not just what he saw, but what he felt the solid weight of trust, the delicate architecture of a shared afternoon. He wrote about the quality of the light in Clara's brother's apartment, how it had gilded the dust motes dancing above the stacks of paper, making the entire endeavor seem sacred. He was no longer compiling evidence against the silence. He was composing a letter to the world, or perhaps to a future version of himself. A week later, Clara brought him a gift. It was a small, smooth stone, dark gray, with a single white spiral painted on its surface. He collected these, she explained, from beaches all over the world. He said they were reminders that the same patterns are everywhere if you know how to look. "I thought you should have one." Julian held the stone in his palm. It was cool and heavy for its size. He felt the same solid, vibrating connection he had felt from the grandfather clock. But this was portable, a touchstone he could carry in his pocket. He did not say thank you in a way that felt adequate. He simply closed his fingers around it and nodded, knowing she understood. The seasons began to turn. The stifling heat of summer gave way to the crisp air of autumn. Julian continued his routines, but they were infused with a new purpose. His walks were now also reconnaissance for stories he could share with Clara. He noticed a new shop opening, a particular tree whose leaves were turning a spectacular shade of crimson, the way the fog settled in the park in the early morning. He was collecting impressions for a shared treasury. One evening in late October, as he was making his rounds through the European Sculpture Gallery, he saw a flicker of movement near a marble statue of a weeping angel. It was not a ghost. He had long since stopped seeing them as anything more than echoes, like heat haze on a summer road. This was different. It was a small boy, no more than 6 or 7, curled up and crying silently behind the statue's pedestal. Julian approached slowly, his footsteps loud on the marble floor. "Hello there," he said softly. The boy looked up, his face streaked with tears, his eyes wide with fear. He scrambled backward, pressing himself against the wall. "It's all right," Julian said, kneeling down to make himself less imposing. "The museum is closed. How did you get left behind?" The boy shook his head, unable to speak. Julian understood the language of silence. He sat down on the floor, a respectful distance away, and took out his notebook. Didn't he write anything? He simply held it, a familiar object, something that might seem safe. He began to talk quietly, not asking questions, but describing the room around them. "This angel," he said, "has been here for a very long time. I think she is sad because she misses the sky. But she guards this room and everyone in it. She is very good at her job." He spoke about the patterns in the marble floor, about the way the security lights made long shadows that looked like sleeping giants. He talked until the boy's breathing slowed and his shoulders relaxed. Finally, the boy whispered, "I hid from my class. I was scared of the mummy." Julian nodded gravely. "The mummy is very old and very tired. He spends all his time sleeping. Wouldn't he hurt a fly?" He offered his hand. "My name is Julian. I am the night watchman. It is my job to make sure everyone is safe. Let us go find your parents." The boy took his hand. His small fingers were trustingly tight around Julian's. He led the boy to the security office, called the number the child haltingly recited, and spoke to a frantic, weeping mother. While they waited, Julian gave the boy a piece of paper and a pencil. The boy drew a shaky picture of an angel with huge wings. When the family arrived, the relief and gratitude were a palpable force in the room. The mother hugged Julian, repeating thank you over and over. The boy, now safe in his father's arms, looked at Julian and gave a small, shy wave. After they left, the museum seemed larger and quieter than ever. Julian stood in the grand foyer, the stone with the spiral feeling heavy in his pocket. He had not just found a lost child, he had comforted him. He had used the quiet not as a refuge, but as a tool. He had become, in that moment, what Clara had once called him, a night watchman for lost things. And he realized, with a certainty that settled deep into his bones, that he was no longer lost himself. The path ahead was still a spiral, full of unknowns, but he was finally walking it, his hand open to the world.